Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, July the 14th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me. And I forgot to do one thing. Just give me a moment. Okay, so just as I was opening a room, this Go EV started to pop. Again, they had the big news a couple of days ago with Walmart, but didn't really maintain the enthusiasm, that's for sure. Gapped down a little bit yesterday. So we're inside this now today. So let's see what happens. GOEV. Plus, I guess they had some news just hit. The U.S. Army selected their multi-purpose platform for analysis and demonstration. Okay, so that is, yeah. So Captain K, you're just posting that same news. So my goodness, hopefully nobody had this CFRX. Stop their trial. It's a phase 3. Look at this. Just clobbered, guys. 78% down. Hopefully nobody had this CFRX down to 60 cents from $3. Just an evaluation. Yeah, Shady. It's just an evaluation. It's not a sale or anything like that. Just an evaluation. So will this be the one today? SISI, low float, 9 million in the float, China company. I don't see any specific news on the company. Don't see anything. Huge volume, 9 million in the float. So it's almost traded half the float. And it's gapped up for no reason that I can see other than it's a low floater. So this could be the one today. So it's got a lot of resistance, little resistance areas on the way up, but we'll just have to wait and see how this market opens with it. Speaking of the market, we're going to have another negative open. Blue, BLU did a financing at 9, I think 925. Yeah, 925 financing. So kind of hanging in that area. Well, there goes GOEV, guys. I mean, where's the high 2 days ago was $5. And there was a ton of resistance right at that area. This is not a low float, 124 million in the float. But, you know, it's an eye-catching press release. That's all it is. It's an eye-catching press release. CLNN gapped up on positive data, but I guess it didn't hold. Yeah, so the got up to almost $4 and it's dropped almost $1. With a relatively low float, 25 million in the float, relatively low float. So trying to figure out this one. TBPH. So they released news after hours yesterday. They got up to $14. Still up, lots of volume. What I have here, they're selling their royalty interest for up to $1.5 billion. So I don't know if that's the entire company. I really don't know. Maybe William can look into that one. TBPH, selling their royalty interest for up to $1.5 billion. Another Walmart deal, BMRA signed a deal with Walmart, gapped up to 547, pulled back quite a bit. William says he's long this at 389. This was shortable for me too at Interactive Brokers. Here's another disaster, ILPT. I don't know if they've cut their dividend or they're just, reduces. Reduces their here we go. So they haven't cut it. I love how this is phrased, and I love how they put this in quotes. Reduces their dividend nearly 100% to a penny. So in essence, they've basically got rid of their dividend. This is an all-time low now, ILPT. And this is a ton of shorts available still. Interactive Brokers, 2 million shares available, so there could be some more downward pressure. This will probably make my gap down list, 10-day daily breakdown list, I should say. Though the volume isn't that great right now, only 69,000 shares. Man, GOAV is just surging on that news. Again, here is your news. Has been awarded to supply an electric vehicle for analysis and demonstration. Okay. As I say, well, it's an in. And these just don't seem to be able to hold their gain. So look at this one, EVGO, a deal with GM to increase the charging capabilities, fast charging capabilities across the US. EVGO popped up to 738 and just, in a heartbeat drops $1. And then one last one that I've got on my list is MRNS. MRNS. And do I see any news? Much awaited FDA nod. Well, that's Novavax. Okay, so after a deal for rare pediatric disease priority review voucher, that is Marinus, MRNS. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. So we've got some energy plays. I've seen Shell, SHEL, BP, precious metals. Nothing is safe right now. FCX, metals and mining. Nothing is safe right now. Sure, when we look at the sector status, I don't think anything. I think oil must be down. Take a look at crude right now. Yeah, so Brent, now that I understand, so West Texas, so WTI is 95 now. And yes, we had, let's see, JP Morgan release. I don't think there's any huge, it's down, but it's down 3%. JP Morgan down 3% on earnings. I don't think Wells Fargo moved that much. WFC, they didn't move much because it's tomorrow. Morgan Stanley, take a look at Morgan Stanley. What do they do? Yeah, nothing really. So very, very interested to see what sort of alerts we get from the 10-day daily breakout and the breakdown, but more importantly, the breakouts. I mean, this is really produced this week, like in an interesting way. Certainly the market has not been conducive to what you would think we'd get a lot of good 10-day daily breakouts, but man, have we ever. Most of them are low float situations, basically trading on their own, not caring what the market is doing. So can't wait to see what we get today. And coupled with the races, actually keep me going for the day. ADXN, yeah, I mean, it's just over $1. I've got this on a watch list just in case it decides it wants to really break out, but I don't see any specific news on it. Well, William, your BMRA is at least hanging tough. You know, I can see if it gets over 417 or so, could get it really rocking. BP and Shell just getting hammered here. Take a look at XLE. You can just sort of see, I mean, we hit the peak. The peak was here in June, a little over a month ago for XLE, $93, and it's in a steady, well, not quite a steady drop. I had a little pop up here, but other than that, right here, it's been basically a steady drop, and now below the 200-day moving average for XLE. This is the big energy ETF. All right, it is 9:13, so let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. There have been tons of downgrades the last couple of days. So I'm just going to take a look at briefing.com. Yeah, still way more downgrades than upgrades, so I'll get them in right here. An upgrade for Twitter from Rosenblatt, and of course Hindenburg came out yesterday and said that they're long Twitter. You know, I saw this PAYO. I did see PAYO in the pre-market, and now I see that Goldman's got an upgrade for PAYO, P-A-Y-O. I'll take a look at that one just when I get this done. Goldman's also upgrading Fly W. Look at those two. Okay, so let's take a look at PAYO. I did see PAYO in the pre-market. A little bit of yeah, a little bit of a pop. I think what happened is I didn't see very much volume. The volume's increasing just a little bit. So PAYO, P-A-Y-O, is an upgrade. Raised their price target from 550 to 650. Okay, so that is the deal with PAYO. Okay, thank you, William. And the other one, Fly W. W was also upgraded by Goldman. Nothing really happening here. All right, now I'll get the downgrades in, of which there are many more. I see a couple of downgrades for FFIV, or JP Morgan and Credit Suisse. So FFIV, a couple of downgrades. Bother. A couple of downgrades for CFRX. I mean, come on. Why now? All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. I want to take a look at FFIV. FFIV. See if there's anything. I didn't really see that one in my list. So a couple of downgrades, not very much volume yet. And Goldman downgraded NVEI. Look at NVEI. Anything happening with it? Not really. Goldfields. So gold AU, not the symbol, the gold symbol, but the stock AU. Take a look at gold itself. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing safe, guys. Let's take a look at the sectors. Going to click on new from our toolbar and then dock channel bar and then sector status. My guess is that everything is, there's not going to be one positive sector, probably 100% with oil. Here we go, or energy. So what you're seeing here, if you're new to this, what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, a major ETF for energy. These stocks that you see here make up XLE. And when you see 100% in red, what that means is 100% of them are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means, okay? So looking at the other sectors, there is not one positive sector, not even close. Even the so-called flight to dividends and things like that, nothing. Now, if I can remember to do it at about 10 o'clock or 10:15 or so, I'm going to, I'll look at a different, we'll look a different way of looking at the sectors, and that'll be the change from the open. So just like yesterday, you know, with oil, well, many of them that were down at the beginning of the day, but were rallying from the open. And whether that happens today or not, I don't know, but we'll take a look. But right now, pretty bleak, guys. If you're trying to go long anything that is more or less tracking either its sector or the overall market, you're out of luck right now. But what Trade Ideas is really good at finding are these crazy little ones that have their day in the sun. Mr. Michael C., good morning. From our YouTube room. Yeah, I was going to put this STRN on the list. STRN on the list is another low float situation. Yeah, I saw it pop up to $2, and then as I was constructing my list, it just sank. So it's almost gone right back to its close of yesterday. That is STRN. Company signs a definitive agreement to acquire Trend Brand Solutions. So they are the acquiring company. Enthusiasm at the beginning, pessimism now. I did see this TransGlobe, because it wasn't a bio, I just didn't think that it would really, and it's an energy play, so energy being down. Let's see, TGA. There is some news. Valco to acquire TransGlobal on all stock transactions. So this looks like this is a buyout. Ah, that's why EGY. So that's EGY. So EGY is acquiring, excuse me, EGY is acquiring the one I just mentioned. Which one was that? The TGA. And the PLRX, the big one from a couple of days ago, I guess 3 days ago. And did the finance, it finally announced the financing price. It was 1850, and it is now starting to sink from a little bit from there. And that is PLRX. Yeah, so I'm just looking here, my gap downs, I'm just hearing them over and over again. SLB, Schlumberger, Marathon, Tech, FCX, all these. Now this CFRX is shortable. It even was shortable. Almost a million shares available. I'm not going to do it now. Way too cheap, but yeah, the ILPT, the volume is starting to pick up a little bit here. Spread, you can't do anything with it now. The spread is too bad, but interesting to see how it opens. It's an all-time low now. Basically, chop their dividend. Not well, they cut it. It's down to a penny. Did it go down to 90? I wonder how current this one is for me. Yeah, it looks like yeah, I don't know how delayed this is. I see 93 right there. That 11 minutes ago, maybe. Maybe that's what that means. Wow. So who was calling for the $300 oil, and then some were calling for the $60 oil? Well, for those of us being paid in US dollars, yippee. Of course, I'm up in Canada now, so our dollar is now, your dollar is so strong. That's the only good news for me. So many. I mean, I haven't traded. I can't remember the last trade I took in the pre-market. But, I mean, look at some of these wild moves. I mean, here's the LTRN. It looks wow, way up to 735 and right back down to 6. I mean, it's just very difficult. And our little favor from yesterday, RYTM, starting to give it up a bit here. It's now down below the 200-day moving average. 850 is the 200-day. So it is starting to fade just a little bit here, down 4%. And that is RYTM. Beautiful 2 days. TXMD. Okay, guys, I'm just looking to see if any last minute entries into either the pre-market ups or down. I don't see any. I did see this one, this Green Brick Partners, GRBK. Well, it's up 10%, 9%, 45 million in the float. Maybe has a little bit of room. I mean, it's just over the 200-day moving average now, 23.35. So that is GRBK. Little bit of room. If you would think there's a lot of resistance between there and 25. See if there's any specific news. All I see is announces the date for their 8K filing. I don't see any specific news for this one other than that. That happened at 4:05 when the market closed. All right, thank you, William. Yes, the market is going to open in less than a minute, so let's have a great trading day, everybody. Let me get set up with my other monitors. Get rid of things I don't need. Start my races. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And if I were a new trader, I would probably sit out the first 30. Let things settle down a little bit. Some of our best trades anyway seem to be, later on in the day. Once things have kind of settled down and maybe established a bit of either a base, and then when you get a move off that base, all right, here we go, guys. We're now open. Keeping an eye on Williams BMRA. It's got a nice little base. It's a low float, 10.7 million in the float. So there certainly has some, maybe could be the one if it can get back over 4 again. Now the issue again, 415 is the 200-day moving average, but it blew through that. I mean, it got up to 540 this morning, or 547 in the pre-market. So it blew right through that 200-day. So that didn't stop it. Okay, well, SISI is not. I was maybe hoping this could be the one because of that float, but it looks like it's trying to give it up. Not shortable for me. Interactive brokers. Well, pretty muted open so far. I mean, the market's down big. Dow's down, Nas is down, SPY's down, but nothing happening in my basic new highs or lows yet. Nothing happening in my 10-day daily breakouts or breakdown yet. Interesting. CLNN is making a new high, not a pre-market high, of course, $4 approximately. Pre-market high for CLNN. So again, this is really, really early, but CLNN is trying to make a move here. You can see it's at the top here in the leaderboard. This is a relatively low float, 25 million in the float. Morning Wolf. Boy, this is really interesting. I'm not getting any alerts. I mean, I'm following my races, of course, always, but I'm not. But usually, I get some on the basic new highs or lows right off the bat. I'm getting nothing, and I'm hopefully. Okay, guys, look at PLRX. PLRX. I was mentioning this in the pre-market that it was getting down below the financing price of 1850. But look at this little pop for it. PLRX. Are you guys getting any alerts? Those of you who have alerts, are you getting any alerts at all? I just want to make sure there's nothing going on with our data. Our charts look good, but this is a little bit strange. I'm not getting any alerts. Okay, good. Thank you, Jungle. So it must be just the filters. I mean, there's tough filters in here, but again, usually I get some right off the bat. All right, XRTX is trying to go positive. But it's so choppy. Well, Sam, yeah, so that you're talking about the 10-day daily breakdown? Yeah, that's outside the price range. So for me, it's outside my price range that I look at in that 10-day, excuse me, the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, good. So just I have a green ball. Just for fun, I'm just going to do oh, I just got one. I just got one. Okay, all's good. So there's you guys, which was a tremendous short yesterday, all day. And this is now another 10-day daily breakdown. Ija, the NCNA really ticked me off. I wanted this one. I had this one. I was waiting on this one to see if it would have any sort of a move. And it finally had the move at the end of the day. Look at the volume that came in. So it went from 120 all the way up to almost 150. It just didn't, but it took right, I think, to that last candle. Yeah, the 345. That's when it had its move. Because it had some, what I thought was decent news. Okay, well, as long as we're getting alerts, and I know there's nothing wrong with our data then. That was the main thing. I just wasn't sure if there's something wrong with our data. Boy, this is almost a lifetime low now for Unity. Again, they're getting just hammered because of their the buyout or who they're buying. Not so much who they're buying, just the concept of buying something right now. Company, I don't think investors like that. Okay, TBPH just triggered in the 10-day daily breakout. Now let's see if it takes out 10. Now this hit 14 in the after hours yesterday. This is the one that I asked William to take a look at in terms of examining the financials. All I can see is selling royalty interest for up to $1.5 billion. So, but I'd be waiting for a 10 break. It doesn't mean if I get a 10 break, I'm taking the trade, but I certainly don't want to take it right now. It's a pretty big psychological number to get through. But the attraction, of course, is after hours. I don't know how many shares are traded at that 14 level, but that is kind of the magnet. But it's early, guys. You know, in the first 15 minutes, you get a lot of chop. And this TBPH, it's not a crazy low float. Conagra, CAG is now showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Ooh, look at the room it's got underneath in theory. CAG. Goss from yesterday. This was a tough trader yesterday. Very choppy. But look at it now through the 200-day moving average. Let's take a look left. So when you look left on the daily chart, you can't see anything. So the next step is to look on the weekly chart and just checking out to see where the next high is. The next high looks like it is 1052 on the weekly chart. Yeah, 1052. That was back in January. If it can somehow get through that, then the next high is 1178. So it's got some room, but I just found Goss extremely choppy yesterday to try to trade it. So the market has put in so we had a gap down and now we're gapping down further. That first 15-minute candle is red and growing. Now this one was halted and resumed well, not a million, but many, many times yesterday. The QRTEB is Curate Retail. Now, the reason I'm not hopping onto this Conagra short right off the bat is if it were an all-time low, I would probably take it, but I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. I just find, these things can just whip around too much. Yeah, the CLNN is kind of holding tough here, guys. I mean, it did hit 4 in the pre-market. CLNN. Positive data, that's my note. rises 13% as drug cuts risk of death by 70% in ALS patient trial. Let's see what it, I'm sure this is not phase 3, but all right, guys, ILPT just, see, can I get this one? Okay, keep an eye on the ILPT underneath 11. This is an all-time low. They cut their dividend to basically nothing, and it's an all-time low now. It's already gapped down a lot, of course, but keep an eye on a break under 11 still. I mean, it's holding under 11 right now. And I stick an alert just underneath 11. There are a lot of shorts available, so there could be a lot of more downward pressure on this one. Just the fact that there are a lot of shorts available, certainly at Interactive Brokers anyway, 2 million shares. And that's why we wait, guys. Look at the the TBPH. I said I liked it, but it would have to take out 10, and look what it did. So I still have my alert up at 10 for a little over 10 for TBPH. But that's how whippy things can be. Yeah, so this is going to do its thing again today. So it opened QRTEB, popped up, and now it's moving down again, and it just got halted again. All right, guys, ILPT is looking riper. Just trying to see how well it holds under 11. I'd love to take this short in the 1080s. Nothing holding it up, of course, because it's an all-time low. Not a recommendation to do what I'm doing, but that's, look at PLRX. Boy, that really bounced. This looked not so good in the pre-market. You remember the financing announced yesterday, the pricing, $200 million they raised at 1850. So now there's a lot of enthusiasm for this one right now. Look at this move for YSG crawling off the bottom here after a big down day yesterday, YSG. Yeah, so the only way I think you can trade this GOS, if you're bound and determined to do it, GOSS, is you have to have wide stops because this is a very, very, very whippy stock. Um, and it's not GOSS. Yeah, I mean, it's got 54 million in the float, and for a 50, I mean, that's not crazy high, but it's certainly not low, low. And it just really chops around a lot, in my opinion, anyway. So you have to, if you're going to take this one, you really have to have a wider stop. Otherwise, I think you'll just get chopped out. All right, this ILPT just still hanging around that 11 mark. I have my alert set in around the 1080s in case just want to see it leave 11 behind. This is probably, as interesting as I can see a stock, the CLNN, just because it's holding here. I mean, it had the big drop from the pre-market highs down to 4, but at least it's holding here. There is some news for the company. Relatively low float, 25 million. I guess positive data, ALS. All right, guys, ILPT giving up 11 again. Just give it up in a big way. Oh, this ADIL's had a nice 3-day run. ADIL. These are the gold miners. This is showing up in that 10-day daily breakdown. 3 times leveraged. All right, guys, the CLNN just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. So I'm watching a little pullback. I'm taking this one because I want to see how well this works on the 10-day daily breakout, even though the market is getting trashed. And there's the ILPT now is showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. All right. Think. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. I didn't get it at 349. It pulled back a little bit. So I'm in around, did I get it at 342? 342. So it's I'm basically flat right now, but I want to see if this has any sort of a run in it. And this was after the first 15 minutes. So one moment, please. Now, guys, I mean, again, the market is down. So yeah, it's nice to get one of these, but I would be afraid to trade some out. Yeah, ORMP, guys. This is above yesterday's high now. Quite a bit above it. ORMP, of course, 2 days ago, got all the way up to the 200-day moving average. All right, so first 15-minute candle was red. The second one, this is on the 15-minute chart, of course, and the second one is trying to go green. And we have another halt or resume now, LTRPB. Well, I might regret not taking the quick pop into the 50s for the CLNN, but we'll see. Basically where I bought it, 341. So, and if you took that one, you better have a stop. And don't ask me where my stop is because, you have to have a trading plan. You have to know when you get into a trade where you're going to get out of the trade. All right, ILPT guys. How far down can this one go? There's nothing holding it up, of course, because it's an all-time low. All right, guys, I think we're getting a little bit of a winner here for the ILPT on the short. You gotta love it, anything making a lifetime low. I'm not saying there's nobody going to step in at some point, but it's pretty bleak. CLNN has won 3 races here. I'm just looking at the ILPT. All right, CLNN, working. All right, guys, so as you know, I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. I point out what I'm looking at, if it makes sense. If you have a trading plan and it makes sense for you to do, or to look at what I'm looking at, and if it makes sense, then fine. I said the ILPT, waiting for it to get into the 80s. But when it hit this 1092, when it hit my 10-day daily breakdown, so I was able to get it just underneath 1090. And then the CLNN, I was in at 341. And I've just taken some off, okay? I've taken some off of the CLNN just in case. I mean, it's a nice little percentage move. They won a race, says. Multiple races. But guys, this is the star. I mean, if you're with us in the pre-market, you heard me talking about this one. It was already in the pre-market. It was already in an all-time low. We looked at the news. They cut their dividend basically to nothing. So, I mean, this is the one. If you won't short, I can't help you. How's that, blue collar? But if you go long, I can. Look at the CLNN. Look at the CLNN. So there's your pre-market high, 389. Okay, guys, so if you took the CLNN, just be very aware of that 394, okay? That's the pre-market, be aware, and there's, in fact, there's the, excuse me, the 200-day moving average. I'm out most of my trade in it now, okay? That 200-day moving average could really stall it. It didn't in the pre-market, but, you know, I mean, look where it got to 372, 376 is the 200-day moving average. So I've taken most of my trade off in the CLNN just because of that. All right, I've covered some of the ILPT in that 1050 mark and just underneath 1050. Let's see. All right, so let me check some of the other things that are moving. Angie, yeah, Angie. Yeah, my problem with Angie is 437 is the next high looking left. All right, well, I still have I'm out most of my trade in the CLNN. There's the 200-day moving average. Again, it's testing it. Hey, listen, if it gets through and it can somehow get through 4, that's where it got to in the pre-market. The next high is 423 on the daily chart. And it did have some news, positive data, ALS. Oh, but guys, the ILPT is the one. So if you don't come in the pre-market, I open the room at 9 o'clock. This is when we start talking about the things that could happen. The ILPT to me was the number one focus for me, just because it was at an all-time low. And when you basically cut your dividend to nothing, who's going to buy you? Well, guys, if you're still in this CLNN, again, the moment of truth is still that 200-day moving average, 376, and it's right there. I love it because, if you if you were here a few months ago when my Bluetooth went out, so I had to hear my alerts through my speakers, and you guys could hear the grunting of the pig, the oink sound, and that's what I'm hearing. ILPT, grunt, grunt, grunt. Every time it makes a new low. Now it just popped up, guys, so be careful. I mean, don't be afraid to take a profit on this. As I said, there will always be buyers at some level. And in fact, that's a bounce play. I didn't even notice it. So it's a bounce play from Zach. So it started here though at 1073, you see. So that's why these bounce plays, can be very difficult to time. If you took it there, you wouldn't have liked it because it moved all the way down to 1035. Wow, the CLNN. Well, you know what? I mean, this is now trying to leave that 200-day behind. Okay, on to the next one. Let's see what else is happening here. So I'm out of the ILPT, of course, now. I'm going to see if this, maybe a resumption short later. I don't know. See if this is just a momentary pull up. I'm going to stick an alert around 1052 or so and see if it comes back down. So you can see, here's some good confirmation. This is the relative volume race, okay? These are stocks that are increasing in relative volume. And you can see CLN is right at the top here. And it's won 4 races in this race. This is the change from the open. And again, just to quickly explain what the races are all about, it's based on a top list window. And so what happens is, you'll notice this is a 4-minute race. So at the end of 4 minutes, a new race will start. So just imagine all these stocks are at the starting line, the gun goes off, and then whoever is starting to the biggest changes from the open. So the problem with a topless window, not the problem, but I mean, it's a different use, is that you can't really tell what's moving. It's more or less a static list. But if a stock is down here and it is starting to move, you wouldn't really know that. So that's what the race does. Everybody starts off at equal footing. So the fact that this stock, CLNN, is, if I rank it, it's the biggest change from the open, 22%. But that doesn't mean that APEN could be starting to run, and we'd never know that. And we don't even know if CLNN is really moving, that much. We don't really know. But if you use the races, here's the wow, this took out 2 or 3 sugar, the SVRE. And I'll go over races in a little more detail later on. But if you go to our user guide, you can find our user guide. I'll show you how you can find it. I really encourage you to start looking at the races. It gives you one window to focus on all day long. So again, if you click on my homepage link, and then go to the education section, go to the user guide, and then right here, TI stock race, okay? Take the time to understand what it's all about. Here's some videos, some text, and of course I'm here to explain it in more detail. So I really encourage you to, to take a look at it, give it a shot. I was a forever skeptic, but I am a complete believer now. Look at SVRE as an example, increasing the relative volume. And we just saw that it won the last race. What this does for me is, in this increasing relative volume, if I can see the same stock near the top, it gives me more confidence. Increasing relative volume means that, there's, well, just what it means. The volume is increasing. And of course, I am sharing this race. Okay, guys, I'm all out of the CLNN. Had a nice shot. Try to get through that 200 day. It did for a bit. Look where it got to. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Almost to the penny. The high of 387, and in the pre-market, the high was 390, 393. So almost to the penny is where it stalled. Yeah, so much for that rally. Got that big red bar to start. Little green, little glimpse of hope. Second 15-minute candle, but now a continuation down. So legal, if you click on my link just above you where you posted, click on my link, go to education, the education section in my homepage. And then, excuse me, when you click on the education section, then click on the guide. And then you'll see on the first row, you should see TI stock racing. Okay. Okay, there's my homepage link. And I always suggest people do that because I mean, I can explain racing and all, but you're not going to necessarily remember everything I'm saying. So it's great to have the guide to fall back on. A couple of videos. I think it's very well done. And the other thing is, that I'm basing my races on the biggest gainers from the open. You may have a different idea. They all have to be based on a top list, but you may have a different type of top list that you want to base your race on. This is not the be all and the end all. I find it gives me really good results, but there are other ways to do it, of course, and that'll be up to you. NCNA, guys, NCNA. This one really ticks me off. I wanted this move yesterday. So yak less DAC and just have ideas. Okay, guys, I'm just kind of waiting on a few things to see if anything interesting starts happening again. So the SVRE is approaching that high of 2 days ago, but it's way too extended for me now. Okay, so I'm seeing some of the alerts from Zach's bounce scan. However, the bounce to work in any decent way, you'd like to see the market at least not going down. I'm not saying it has to be moving higher, but this is maybe a bit of an interesting one. This is this one that IPO'd yesterday. What a disaster. I mean, initially, if you were one of the IPOers, if you had shares, you could dump them way up here. Because remember, the IPO price was, I think, $4. Well, SVRE, I called it extended, but it is still extending further. So, yeah, don't listen to me. I thought this was too extended, but boy, this is just racing higher, the SVRE. So now look, I mean, this is an all-time high. Now yeah, I guess somebody said, I think Casa or Cam may have said this was an IPO. Might have been one of those very cheap IPOs like the iLag that did not go crazy the first day. So this is now an all-time high. And you can see this is what I'm talking about. You know, this is SVRE. It's high relative volume. And it's winning this race up here on the change from the open. You get a little bit of confirmation. Well, William, your BMRA is just stagnant. I know you said you were in at 389. You had a pretty wide stop. What did it get down to? I don't know how wide your stop was. That'd be about 40 cents. So I don't know how wide your stop was. Hello, Mason, in our YouTube room. Did you take BMRA in the pre-market? Didn't you say you took it? I thought you said you took it at 389. Maybe I'm wrong. It is not on my homepage, Viro. No. Oh, you did take that because you said you had a wide stop, so I wasn't sure how wide that stop was. I can give you this. I'll probably add it to my homepage, but you can have it if you go. You don't need me to give it to you. I can show you where it is. If this is this relative, the increasing relative volume. If you click on new, then dock channel bar, and then where it says price and volume, one of the channels, price and volume stock racing, this is what it's based on. So you can take a look at it yourself. Okay, this is what it's based on right here, increasing relative volume. And I tweaked it a bit so I can give you what I've got if you want it. So this is the link. This is the link if anybody wants my increasing relative volume. Yeah, actually, I tweaked it a bit because what I did was I didn't like the symbol list that they were using. So I'm basically using the same symbol list as the biggest gainers from the open. I'm using this as the symbol list, but it's up to you. It is completely up to you. You can take a look at it in the channel, and if you like the symbol list that they're using, great. It's not that it's bad. But I just thought it would be maybe interesting to combine these two with the same symbol list, racing on the same symbol list, and just seeing if I can get a match with something that is really increasing your relative volume and also winning a race on the change from the open. $3.50 a share. Okay, thank you, Casa. Well, at least now for those who were holding, from the IPO, at least they're above 350 because what did it get down to? It got down to $2. Now the BMRA is maybe getting interesting. So now that we're getting a little bit into the market, we're 45 or 50 minutes into the market. Start watching this 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That's what I'm going to be doing. I don't have a scan that's telling me when this happens, but when I click on an alert, I'm certainly aware of where that 10 SMA is on the 15-minute chart. And this is a Steve Gomez, a trade ideas, his baby, about stocks jamming down into it and bouncing off it. Okay, now you have to watch. I mean, they don't all bounce off it, of course, but that's the whole idea, is to keep an eye on it. And if that 10 SMA holds, then like yesterday, the absolute star was the RYTM. Let me show you on a big chart what I'm talking about. Well, he also has it though on the 15-minute tab. The scan that I gave to you was the daily, but he also uses it on the 15. I didn't realize the scan. I did not realize that his scan that I gave to you was the daily, but he also uses it on the 15-minute. You can just change that scan to the 15-minute. That's all you have to do. So this is what we're talking about right here. You see that blue line there is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, of course. And you see how RYTM came into it and then it bounced way up. Now it came back down, but even gave you another opportunity perhaps. But that really worked well because that was at 813 and it got up to, before it fell, 854, then it fell again, but then after that it got all the way up to 9. So it worked pretty well. Yeah, that did work. 3906, the alert at 10:09 for TTD. Now it's 3983. You see how far away SVRE is from that 10 SMA. I mean, it is almost $1 away from it. So for instance, Steve would never take this trade. Never, never, never. Even if it based well and then popped, I don't think he would take the trade. He has to see it come, challenge, come back down and take it off the bounce if it did bounce. So this is what I'm saying about wide stops, guys. I mean, if you got into this trade, at GOSS around that 1040 mark, and then look what it did. It got down to 985. I mean, that's a big wide stop. All right, guys. So things have slowed down for me just a little bit. So I think what I'll do. What's this CEAD doing? CEAD. Yeah, not much. Market is just a little bit stagnant now. Okay, so as I say, the market is just sort of relaxing a bit for me, at least the stuff that I'm looking at. So, excuse me, you guys know the drill. Around this time, I go through my home page and talk about trade ideas in general. We have a lot of new people all the time. So I put my homepage link in. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. But before I do that, first of all, I should give a big welcome to anybody who's new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So the room opens at, sometimes it's earlier, but no later than 8 a.m. Sometimes depending how I'm on the West Coast, so it depends what time I get up. Sorry. Okay, I have my little dog here. Okay, going. Okay. Yeah, so the room is open 8 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I get live on the mic at 9. So, but you can come into the room no later than 8. Sometimes again, it might be at 7:30, might be 7, depending again what time I get up. And then all times are Eastern, of course. And my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. So if you want to take out a subscription, here is a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, I'll show you how much Trade Ideas costs. Only software you'll need, that's what it says. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. Those are the 4 plans we have. So the premium annual is 2,000. The standard annual is 1,000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over the AI. This is what it looks like, Holly. This is what I'll go over that in a bit, but that's the big difference between premium and standard. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product though, okay? You can always start off with a monthly. This is how much the monthlies are, 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. Anytime you want to take out an annual though, we will honor the 15% discount. First thing to do, if you take out a subscription, mandatory. Let's get started. Take you about 30 minutes, 10 videos, the download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and the right click magic, etc. Okay, please take the 30 minutes out of your life to at least understand the basic concepts of trade ideas. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free. You can sign up for it right there. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not trigger, so there was no trade. Before people start saying, hey, what a terrible trade of the week it was. It did not trigger. The trade of the week was TAN, TAN, and the trigger point was 77, and it never got there. So if you took it, well, I can't help you, but it's all laid out in the email. This is all free. It's all laid out in the email. It suggests your entry and where your stop is, but it never triggered. So assuming you have done the let's get started, now you can take a look at the education section. You click here, and here's our user guide. Now, don't get hung up on how much information there is. Like most user guides for most softwares, you don't have to know everything. But what I would absolutely do, as I said before, do the getting started. Then at the very, very least, you should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. I would recommend that you take a look at a single stock window. This is what it looks like, gives you all sorts of information at a glance. What you see here, this is what I like to see, but I mean, this is all customizable. All these are all filters, so these are all customizable. This is just what I like to see. And then the stock racing that you hear me talk about all day long. Please take a look at this. It covers it in good detail. There's several videos, lots of text. It explains it, I think, extremely well. Daily support. Now, what day is today? Today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1, and somebody else takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today, being Thursday, it'll be Steve Gomez, and Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So he'll explain TAN. The email explains why it was selected. Do they all work? No. Sometimes they trigger and they don't work. In this particular case, there was no trigger. There was no entry. But you can talk to Steve between 12 and 1 if you want. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room before I take my break. And then, of course, Chris Varley is there. I shut the main room down at 3:30. YouTube remains till 4:30. Chris takes over between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. And that's Monday to Friday. Daily webinars. Today is Thursday, so there is one today. This week we're on our Tuesday, Thursday rotation. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. But you can sign up for all the webinars here. And last, if you are new to trading, really good series for you. This is put on by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. This is not third party, so you're not going to be inundated with ads from a third party provider. But Michael put this together, and it starts off with what is a stock, but as basic as you can get. Okay. And last, if you want my scans, this is my scan section. So you hear me talk about the races. There's the race. This is the race that you see in the upper right-hand corner. You'll hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. You'll hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and breakdown. This is where we got the CLNN and where we got the ILPT early. I'm sharing these. What I use in the pre-market. I use these two right here. This is really my go-to. Pre-market actives up and down. These also work in the pre-market, the gap up and down, okay? But these are the four I use, but predominantly the pre-market actives up and down. So here are all the scans that I am sharing. So my suggestion is if you save my link, then you can look at my scans, you can look at education anytime you want. Okay. Meanwhile, Goss is doing its thing, guys. As I said, I mean, it's not that it's untradeable. It's just that my opinion, you just have to have a wider stop because I mean, to me, it's just very whippy. But no disputing the fact that it is through the 200-day moving average. So if you start looking left, you hear me use that phrase all the time. So if I look left on a daily chart, I cannot see where the next high is. Could I expand the daily chart and find it? Yes. But why do that? Why not take a look at a weekly chart? Make it a little easier. And then you can kind of see on the weekly chart, where the next high is. And that's 1178. I mean, so this in theory still has room. And when I say still has room until it sees the next high. Seeing the next high can really stall a stock. And of course, when I say it has room, I don't mean it's getting there. I'm not saying it's going to unabated get all the way up to this next high. That's not what I mean. It just means if you get into a trade, what you'd like to see is some room for it to move, that you don't have to worry about chart resistance. A lot of other reasons why a stock won't keep moving up. You just like to take one of them out of the equation, and that would be some chart resistance. A lot of, for instance, if right here, if I looked at the, see if I can make if I looked at this daily chart, and if I could see what if I saw all this? If you can see what I'm pointing at right here, if I saw all this just above this price, I wouldn't take the trade because I'd be looking at this and thinking, man, a lot of stuff they have, a lot of resistance to get through. So I wouldn't take that trade. But it's always nice to see, a nice distance from the current price to the next high looking left. That means in theory, it's got some room to move. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. I showed you from my homepage that I'm sharing a lot of scans. We have a lot of scans here also. If I click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based channels. So the Explosive Winners channel is what I'm basing my race on. So if I click on that, you'll see that there's a race right here, and it's based on this symbol list, the biggest gainers from the open. And so what I did is I took this and I kind of customized it a little bit to my liking. I changed the price range and I also upped the minimum volume, things like that, but you don't have to. But here it is. So you can, one of two things, you can have mine if you go to my homepage and go to the scan section, or you could take this one. And really all I'm trying to do here is showing you the concept of what you can do with our channels and the scans within. If you saw something you like, then all you have to do is right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of the layout and so that it's free floating. And when I did that, it popped onto my other monitor, and here it is, free floating. Okay. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud. Where is it? There we are. And save it to the cloud. Okay. Now save and share means if you wanted to actually share it with somebody, we can share links, etc. But if you're just starting out, just save it to the cloud. And now what you can do, you can take another one if you want also, but now you can go to another channel if you want. I always like showing the momentum channel. And now you can go here. Oh, go EV actually pop back up over 4. So this is a momentum. This is a momentum alert window. So just like all of my scans, if you right click on the scan itself and click on configure and then click on summary, it's going to tell you exactly what this scan is looking for. What Trade Ideas is really, really good at doing is the ability, if you want to create your own scans or even use ours, is to create an event and then getting a real-time alert. So what does that mean? So in this particular case, this scan is looking for stocks between $1 and $50. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. This is the concept. You always start off with some filters. All these filter requirements have to be met. And if they are, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So at 10:35, I know it's 10:37 right now, but when you load a window, you'll see the last alert. So at 10:35, GOEV made a new high for the day at 418. You can see it's pulled back a little bit. It's at 407 now. Okay, so now if you like this scan exactly the way it is, in other words, you like what it's showing you in terms of the filter values, then again you just duplicate it into a free floating window, save it to the cloud. But of course, if you like the concept of the scan, and just like my scans, you might think, well, you know what? I don't mind, but I'd rather have a different price range. Or maybe I want it between 10 and 100. So you just change it, 10 and 100. I'm going to click on OK. See, now it's changed to 10 and 100, the price range. I say OK again. Now you have changed it. Now you could save it to the cloud, or again, duplicate it into the free floating window first, and then save it to the cloud. So if you like it exactly the way it is, you don't have to do that. But if you want to modify it a little bit, of course you can do that, and then save it to the cloud. Now, a word about what I've just done. If I leave this channel and then I come back, the change is not saved. The reason it's not saved is because these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you might want to make a change to something, not necessarily what everybody else wants. So really the concept though is just going through the different channels, extracting scans that you might like, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and create your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Market is just resting here. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window, click on configure. Now, instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. So when I click on search, I see all of these icons. These are the real-time alert icons. When you see these icons, and if I scroll down, when I see these icons, these are our filter icons. So don't get hung up on how many we have. When the company started in 2003, they decided that most people, or they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scan. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and enough alerts, these up here, all these are all the real-time alerts and filters. So the majority of our customers, with all the different sort of trading styles there are out there, majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. I'm just going to quickly answer Eric in our YouTube room. Have I seen any performance advantages or disadvantages since upgrading to Windows 11? Yeah, I mean, I upgraded months ago. I can't say that I've seen it. Certainly no disadvantages. I can't tell you that I've seen any big advantages. I mean, there are, certainly within Trade Ideas, I haven't seen anything, and I don't. So, but I can certainly say there's no disadvantages. At least I haven't found any. I've been using it for months now. But getting back to this again, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. That's one of the, I don't want to say complaint, But people, when they look at our program, and they say, man, this is way too complicated. How am I possibly going to learn all of these alerts and filters? Well, the good news is you don't have to. It's like any other software program. You don't have to learn the entire manual about everything there is to know about the software program. You can you can glance at some of them. You can, if you click on new high and then help, I mean, this is going to tell you what they're all looking for. Okay. So you can kind of scroll through them, but you don't have to learn them all. Certainly, you do not have to learn them all. Okay. So Eric, yeah, no, I didn't see any improvement, but certainly no disadvantages using Windows 11. Okay. All right, now I'm going to quickly go over the AI. AI is not having a bad day. AZTA. Okay, so if you have our premium service, this is part of our premium service. I would make it super, super simple. I would click on new from our toolbar, and then I would click on AI/strategy trades window. That's all I would do. If you click on it now, this is what you'll see. Now there's a filter. I filter on any profitable trades. I just want to see the ones that are profitable, okay? If I click off this, and I guess there's one other trade here. I use it like a watch list. I don't use the AI that much. I'll be completely honest. I don't use it that much. I've got my racers, but every now and then, if I see something that meets my trading plan, typically I don't like stocks above $20, or really $30, I guess. But I don't like trading them, and that's just me. If you're going to ask me why, it just is. Okay. I find that the ones that are, of course, lower priced, they can have bigger percentage moves, etc. So that's my personal reason. Does it have to be yours? When you load the AI, again, this is what you'll see, but what I would do is I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. Then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, nothing happens in the pre-market. The earliest alert will be 9:35. That's the earliest you'll get any alert from the AI, and you'll see an entry and you'll see a stop. I do not get hung up. First of all, the way I trade, I'll never auto trade. Never, never, never. Okay. I will always want to click on an alert. These are ideas. This is all this is. It's an idea. Everything I see here is an idea. So I click on the alert. I want to do a quick check to see, okay, what's the market doing? Where does it look on the daily chart, the weekly chart, the monthly chart? Does it have room? Things like that. So don't get hung up. I mean, people get so bent out of shape sometimes. They get an alert at say 476, and then it's at 473 and said, man, that's terrible. I've missed it by 3 cents. These are not designed, for scalping. Okay. So that's all I would do. How you trade them will be up to you. I mean, you can go to the guide and there is information about the AI. Okay. But it's not going to say, okay, you get this alert. This is how you trade it. How you trade it will be up to you. You have a suggested entry and you have a stop. And last, Brokerage Plus. All right, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. And in that link, there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window, that you see in the upper left-hand corner, how you can use it to trade from within trade ideas if that's what you want to do. Only works with an interactive brokers or an E-Trade account. Also, You need to be using our downloadable application. If you're using the web-based version, this is not available. Okay. But really listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It just means you don't have access to this feature. That's all it means. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this, and how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator or a paper trader. Okay. You'll notice that there's a tab called Brokerage Plus. Underneath, there are two options. One says live and one says sim. Sim for simulation, paper trading. What I'm going to do is I want to show you what you would see to start. Now, to get this window up, the Brokerage Plus window, just click on New from our toolbar and then Brokerage Plus. Now, these are the columns that I use, but we have a lot of different columns. And here are all the columns. So I think we have too many. I like to streamline them, but anyway, this is what I use. Doesn't have to be what you use, but this is what you'll see, and it'll say not connected. In order to connect, just click on the sim. This will change to account. Click on the account, and then it'll pop up simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. If you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and you don't even need a broker. It's using our real-time data. Wow, look at this drop now for the SVRE. Woo. So it uses our real-time data. So if you're still kind of pondering who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, there's no problem. You just need our standard service, and then you're set to go. And it uses our real-time data. There's nothing to do with your broker. So guys, this could be interesting. Look at the SVRE, and I'm watching this 10 SMA. Let's just see if this 10 SMA climbs a little bit more, and if this SVRE can kind of touch it and bounce off it. That's what Steve would look at. Well, I can see the value in that. Now, using the simulator is really simple. All you have to do is just click on an alert, and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. If the spread is okay, the spread meaning the difference between the bid and the ask, if it's, reasonable, here it's, 2 cents, that's reasonable, then you can go in at the market. Otherwise, you might want to pick a price, that's fine, which would be a limit price, okay? You click the buy button, it'll sort of set it up, and then you send it. So let's just take a trade. Let's just see if we can take one that in the simulator. I just want to see something with a decent spread. Again, this is just in the simulator, okay? Well, let's just take the SVRE. Okay, we'll just take it just to see. So I clicked on the alert. The spread is 3 cents. It's not the end of the world. I'll take 400 shares. You click the buy, it sets it up, and then you click send. I know you probably hear me. You're probably tired of my saying this, but I'm lobbying to simplify this even more. I liked it before when it just had the big buy and sell button. I think they just complicated it. So took the trade. There it is. Okay. Took the trade at 350. And I'm just going to kind of quickly go over money management. So the way I trade is I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Okay. I have a checklist. If I can't check every box, I don't take the trade. Now, this is, people say, well, what is your checklist? It doesn't really matter what mine is. I have a certain price range I like, a minimum volume, things like that. When you're starting out, you have to develop your own trading style, your own trading plan. Okay. So the fact that, I wasn't always somebody who only liked stocks under $20. In fact, there was a time I wouldn't take anything under $20. Okay. There was a time. So I sort of evolved. Why? How? Well, I just, out of, I guess, practice and some experience, and it's just what I like to do. But so that's why I'm saying you use our simulator and you can practice trading and try to develop your own style. So when I take a trade, though, I know just because I think the trade is going to work, the market doesn't care what I think, and it might work against me. So I have to have a price I'm going to get out of the trade if it's not working. And so that, of course, is the stop. That's what we call a stop. And how I place my stops, and again, I'm just using this as an example. I'm going to put the stop 25 cents away. So I'm going to make my stop at 325, and this is just for math. Okay, you notice when I put my stop at 25 cents away, it says minus $98. Okay, I'm going to explain why that happened. So when I get into a trade, I know the price I'm going to get out of the trade. Okay, and again, usually what I do is I size up on a 5-minute chart, certainly no less than a 5-minute chart, where I think there might be some support. Support meaning a lot of action at a certain price for a certain length of time. And so if it broke down through that price, I want to be out of the trade. You just sort of wash my hands of it, say, okay, it didn't work. Now, placing stops, how you will place a stop, that's probably one of the more difficult tasks. My idea where where I think there could be a support level on a 5-minute chart or a 15-minute chart may not be your idea. So to make it really simple to start out, what I would do is take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop, okay, and practice using that. Why? Well, it's a defined number. There's no guesswork. It is a defined number. So knowing where you're getting in and knowing where your stop is, that is going to share size you. How? Well, the next step is, hopefully this makes sense. If if you're trying to trade from a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I like to demonstrate in the simulator is risking $100 a trade. So that's why I try to make the math really simple. I put my stop 25 cents away. I took 400 shares. If I divide 25 cents into 400, into 100, then I'm risking because what I demonstrate here is risking $100 a trade. So if I divide 25 cents into $100, I get 400 shares. In other words, so if I lose 400, another way of explaining it, if I lose 25 cents a share times 400 shares, that's $100. Okay. So the way I trade is I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking 1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep it, as best I can to about the same amount. Boy, this you're right about Zach. The TBPH is just absolutely cratering. It was shortable for me too. Oof, wish I should not have lost sight of this. So there you have it, everybody. Practice trading. Try to develop your trading plan, what you like to see. If you're starting out, you don't know this. I didn't know that I wanted to be a momentum trader to begin with. Momentum trader meaning liking to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, and working on that basis. That may not be your style. You may be more like Steve Gomez that says, you know what, I want to wait for something to, fall, pull back to that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Fine, try it. See if it works for you. Now, if you don't exit a trade at the end of the day in the simulator, and this is what happened with the HTGM. I think I took this trade yesterday, showing how you do it. If you don't exit a trade, then it becomes a swing trade. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using this also. Thoughts on GOEV? I mean, well, okay. The high 2 days ago was $5. So if I mean, obviously it had a nice little run here. The news, if you know what happened here, this was all the Walmart news, buying what I think 4,500 vehicles, maybe up to 10,000. But as we've said incessantly, Walmart grinds suppliers. So how much they're going to make doesn't matter. We don't know. But it's at least it's getting their foot in the door. Today's news is the U.S. Army is going to test one of their vehicles to see if it meets their requirements. So that's today's news for GOEV. No, I mean, it's making a new high right now. Maybe it'll test that high of 2 days ago. That's all I can really say. I mean, it got up to, well, it's above the pre-market high, 414, and it dropped, all the way down here, 369. I mean, those are big percentage moves. And it's not a low float. Now, they don't all have to be low floats, of course, for me to trade them. It's just that typically, the lower the float, the bigger the percentage moves can be. But so it's not a low float, 124 million. But I guess the longer it holds over 4, I suppose the better. And then maybe it'll establish a base near that level. And then if the volume continues, then you can put your stop at around that 4 level, and then see if it runs for you. That's not a recommendation for anybody to do that. It's just sort of an idea. That's why we're called Trade Ideas. You know what? BMRA, it looks like it's turning into a short. BMRA. The low down here is 3. I mean, there's no enthusiasm for this stock right now. Look at this red candle on the 15, on the 5, on the 2. I mean, they're just selling it off. BMRA. Now, from Zach's scan, the TBPH is now a suggested bounce play. But right now it's still making new lows. The market is putting a little bounce though. Not that I think this will be affected by the market at all, but this is what I'm talking about. Again, one of the scans I'm sharing. This is from Zach. So bounce plays from Zach. So you can see the initial. This is why they can be. This is not for everybody. If you're new to trading, I wouldn't even bother. These are difficult because here's a first alert you get at 8:27. Doesn't But if you'd taken it there, you wouldn't have been happy. Now we get another alert at 8:03. What I'd like to see, assuming that the first alert and then the second alert, and maybe even if there's a third alert, the last price is not so far away from the first one. Now, let's pretend that the first alert was at 8:27 and then the next one was at 8:20. That's not too far away. And then the stock does bounce. So what I would be doing is maybe putting a price alert at 8:27 in this particular case, and then maybe taking it there. 803, I mean, that's a little bit, to me, that's a little bit too much to do to do it in that fashion, if it's making sense to you, what I'm saying. Because I mean, if it got back up to 827, I mean, you're giving up, 20 cents, 27, or almost 30 cents. I mean, and how much more of a bounce could there be? But imagine this was only 820, the second one. It stopped there and then it came back. But look what's happening. It's starting to move even further down. So that's why it's tricky. Is it going to bounce now? Is it going to bounce now? Especially when you get a bunch of them in a row. But that's why I'm saying, if you're new to trading, I wouldn't even bother with. I'm not saying this is not dissing his scan at all. It gives great results if you know how to trade it. But bounce plays, and then the reverse topping plays, trying to find out a top and then maybe shorting it. Not the easiest thing in the world, especially if you're new. I don't find it that easy. And then the 11 a.m. turnaround, as Zach calls it. Let's see. Well, we did get a green candle. Let's see if that persists. Well, let's take a look at SISI. I know Shady. I don't know if he took the trade. He mentioned it earlier. You see, now, I mean, this is the interesting thing. I mean, this is sort of the reverse now, if you think about it. Let me bring a big chart up here and we'll take a look at show you what I'm talking about. So remember, we're talking, this is that blue line here is the 10 SMA. What I want to do, I want to get rid of that orange line. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to bring back the SPY. Save as the default. Okay, now I'll bring it back. I just want to have the one line here. So there's that 10 SMA, okay, the 15-minute chart. Now, we've been talking about stocks that are higher and then moving down towards the 10 SMA and potentially bouncing off it, and that gives you maybe an entry. This is the reverse. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but he's got this as the reverse, calling it the jam up to the 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart. So you can see what's happening. Now, will this hold it? Okay, will this hold it? And then, will it bounce down off it? I mean, we don't know, of course, but this is why, Steve, and in fact, Steve will be in the YouTube room in about an hour. So you can really, ask him a lot of questions about, his use of the 10 SMA on the various timeframes. I know he's got it on the daily, but I know he uses it on the 15 also. So you can ask him, I'm certainly not the originator of this. So he would look at this and probably say, well, I wouldn't take this trade right now, unless it really cleared this. And I'm not even sure he would take it anyway. I don't know what is like clearing, like what would it have to do? Would it have to clear it and then maybe come back down to it and then bounce off it? I really don't know. But I know he would say he wouldn't take this trade right yet because it's coming into that 10 SMA. Yeah, guys. I mean, the G. Oh, I mean, this is still in disarray. See what I'm talking about? I mean, I think this is what happened to William. He probably took this bounce in this area and got stopped out because you see now it's getting so far away from that initial one. Now, maybe an argument to be made to put an alert at the 803 then. I'll do it just to say. But this is why it's tricky. You get an alert. Do I take it now? Do I take it now? Do I take it now? I mean, it's very, very, very tricky. Aha, yes, Mike. So in our YouTube room, Mike was talking about the CTMX, and I saw it up here near the leaderboard, and and you can see right here that the next high is 147. Look at the potential. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now is, you see it here. You click on the alert, check out to see what's happening, and just stick an alert at 148 and see if it can take that out. Why? Because look left. I mean, the next high is 2. So, if it can get anywhere, if it broke through here and it get anywhere close to 2, that'd be a great percentage win. All right, give me one moment, please. Amazing though, isn't it? When you look at TBPH, this is why some of you, most of us really, I mean, you look at news and you think, you scratch your head, well, why did this happen? Okay. And because when you look at this TBPH, I mean, the news was released after hours yesterday about this, I don't know, this divesting themselves of or selling their royalty interest for up to $1.5 billion. So, I mean, it's an eye-catching press release. People just see 1.5 billion selling 1.5 billion. That's a lot of money. All right, let's bid it up. And so that stock got up to almost $14, I think. 13.96 after hours yesterday. And it fell back down to 11, but okay. But then look at this. I mean, it's not negative. I mean, not only is there no enthusiasm anymore, it's actually gone completely negative. Now, I don't believe, by the way, this SPY, I'm going to have to, I don't know why our charting program, every now and then, it gives you these crazy topping tails. Yeah, well, the SPY is having definitely a move off here. I'd say for about an hour we were kind of grinding, but boy, the SPY is putting in not a bad little move now. So let's take a look at a little bit later than I wanted to do it, but okay, I'm going to click on new doc channel bar. So I created a channel. I'll call it the sector channel. And now this is the difference if you were with us in the pre-market, about 10 minutes before the market opened. I look at the change, I look at the sector status, okay? And that is a change from the close of yesterday. Now I'm going to look at the change from the open today and see if we have any dramatic differences. Okay, you can see there's some differences. There's no question. I mean, oil, for instance, the energy was 100% were down from yesterday's close. But when we look at it in a different way, it's not fantastic, but 38% are above the open now. Okay, this is XLE. These are the stocks that make XLE. Look at communications. I mean, communications, virtually, that was about 100%, not quite. I think it was like 98%. We're down from yesterday's close. But look, if I get this out of the way, come on, move. Well, okay, right now, 72% are above the open. It's a very, very different look. Utilities, which usually are pretty good when the market's tanking because, people want to, maybe take a look at dividend yielding stocks, but that was even terrible. But look, 90% of them are up. So it's a very different way of looking at the market. I know what I have to do. Just give me a moment. Okay, this is what I want. You see, yeah, I keep forgetting to say, you see, I changed this, the default was not retail, it was real estate. And I made the change. And so this is because I think people, probably look at retail more than real estate. So look at retailers. I mean, 86% are down. 86% are down from the open. I don't, So, I mean, if you wanted to take a realtor right now, I mean, and unless it has news on its own, maybe it's an earnings play or some great news, you'd be really, really going against the trend. Conversely, if you thought, you know what, maybe I should be shorting real estate or not real estate, but the retailers, well, pick one. What's GME doing? I don't believe it. 150 bucks. Jeez. Yeah, I made this one up. Transcendent. I can give it to you. I all I did was I took the sector status and then I added and then I sorted on the change from the open instead of the change from the close. I did all, and then I made one change is I got rid of the real estate and I put in retail. And then that's and then what I did is I put it up here in the sector change. But unfortunately, when I did that initially, it still had the real estate ETF in there. So that's why but I can give this to you if you want. So that's the sector change from the open. Okay, that's the link for it. I'll put that in our YouTube room in case anybody wants that. Nice fade. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Boy, oh boy, though. Amazing, isn't it? What's wrong with these people? All right, guys. What time is it? 11:17. So in about 45 minutes, a little less than 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. And Steve Gomez, I say, will be in the YouTube room. So look at Rev B as an example. You see these bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart touching the 10 SMA. Not huge pops. They're at 125. So, argument to be made. Maybe you take the trade around 129. What did it get up to after that? 138. I mean, nothing fantastic, but just interesting, another way to look at it. I'm not a big pullback player, but certainly I'm open to something like this. So Ajay, you're talking about a combination of the relative volume and yeah, I wonder how that would work though. I know what you mean. Sort of like an and. Yeah, BMRA is starting to sink now a little bit. BMRA mentioned this one as a potential short. I mean, the ideal somehow it gets down to 3, but on that little candle there, that candle there, that candle there, sort of a breakdown right around that 340, 345 mark. Hey, you know what else? You know what's starting to move again, guys? I'm sure somebody has mentioned this, is the CLNN. In fact, it just made a new high. And now it's again through that 200-day. Well, I mean, if it can somehow get through 4, I mean, the next high is 423. I'm just reluctant regarding that whole number of 4. So look at the SVRE, guys. You see, it did not hold that 10-day, that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart did not hold it, and now it's below it. So that actually, if you had had shorts available, that could have been a shorting opportunity. I didn't have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for SVRE. All right. Well, Zach, I'm pretty sure you're probably okay now on the TBPH on the bounce. Okay, you mentioned XPAV a lot earlier. In fact, now that I got a little lull, I think what I'm going to do is make a change in my channel bar. That sector change. Now, I don't do this very often, so hmm. Okay, so I'm going to delete this. Okay, I'm going to delete this channel. Okay, apply it. Okay, so I deleted it. Now what I want to do, whoops, don't do it. No, no, no. Okay, let me just start from scratch. I don't want to screw this up. Edit channels. Okay, add a channel. That's what I want to do. Add the channel. And then select from cloud. SEC. There it is. That's the one now with retail in it. I'm going to select it. And I'm going to input the name of the channel. Call it sector. Change from open. Let's spell that a little bit better. Okay. Now I'm going to say okay. Apply it. Okay, I'll probably edit that name. Now it should have the retailers here. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to give this another name. Aha, wow, ILPT, maybe getting set for another short, but just give me a moment here. There we go. So at least I know that's a sector change from the open. Okay. Yeah, so you can put 5 of your own channels up here, okay? You can create your own channels, channel names if you want. I don't often do that, but I thought for this one, because I know I was going to be using it a fair amount. Yeah, I never got into the GOEV. I did not take the trade. I'm telling you, this CLNN got to put an alert right. What did it get to? It got right to 4? Yeah, it got right to 4. Stick an alert there again. The only issue I would have is the next high looking left is 423. If it can take that out though, 434. So it's got a little bit of room. Look at the volume. Look at the volume, guys. I mean, 363 times normal. The SISI is trying to, so now it's above that 10 SMA. Okay, it's above it. But you know, his thing is it jamming down to it. So that would have had to been coming down. But you know what? Let's just see how well that holds. I mean, does it have some news? I think. No, this one had no news. No news that I can see. 9 million in the float, China stock, traded 11 million so far, so it's traded the float. Oh, you were asking about GER. Well, this must be an IPO, right? No? Yeah, so this is a SPAC, so this is an IPO today. It's a good one. I mean, normally they're around $10, so this is so far a pretty good one. How much volume? Not bad. And it was halted. Horrible charts. I mean, you can't trade this. I mean, look. Is this Gorilla Glass? Is that the no, it can't be, right? So it was GLSPU before. Okay, thank you, Kessa. Shoot, I missed that. Drop down to 326 for the BMRA. Okay, I'm just going to confirm that it will be Steve. Now it looks like that CLNN is just stalling at that 4 level. So blue showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Not terribly dynamic. The next low looking left is 806. So I mean, it's got room though. This is what I'm talking about right here. The 10-day daily breakdown happened a while ago actually, so it really hasn't moved. Happened at 1058. Just hasn't moved. I mean, the price was 882. It's 884 now. So really, it hasn't moved. So, you know, those are the ones I think what I'll do on this one is just put some kind of a price alert maybe around 873 or so. See if it moves off that 880. Maybe that'll get it moving down because the next low again is quite a big percentage move away at 807. If you lose sight of, you will regret it. Strong words from PJ. Well, I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly is 1178. Yeah, PLRX, you're right. I've got that thumbnailed, so I do see that it's at what, 1986 right now. Ooh, BMRA. So here's another one, guys. BMRA, another one. Walmart deal. And I guess it's a who cares? Who cares now anyway? I think just people are wising up to the fact that having a deal with Walmart, while it sounds good, they may make no money. And the answer is yes. Steve will be in our YouTube room in about half an hour, less than half an hour. Yeah, it's 11:34 now. I'll take my break at noon. Steve will be there probably a little bit before noon. So you can ask him about the trades of the week. I would actually ask him a lot about the 10-day or the 10 period, 10 SMA on say the 15 and the daily. Ask him questions like that. RHE guys, I do have that one thumbnail, so just want to keep an eye on RHE, trying to break out a little bit here. This has been super active. Got up to 565 2 days ago. Yesterday got up to 470. Still has that 200-day though above it, 438. This is an ugly, ugly thing. And CNA. Oh, BMRA guys, it's turning into a nice little. Looks going to get to 3. Whoa, no kidding. Look at this drop. Yeah, for BABA. And the news posted by Zach. maybe coming into a support area around 100. Look at RHE, guys. I think it's at that 200-day now. RHE, I think it's at the 200-day, 438, getting very close. This is just a man, oh man. I mean, if it gets through that, such a low float though. Again, I always have to emphasize the fact that if you're going to take something like this, if you're a new trader, I probably wouldn't do it. I know it's exciting and all that, but that float can kill you. It's wonderful when it's working in your favor and devastating when it's not. Thoughts on RCL? Well, I don't like the cruisers at all as an industry, but let's take a look at what's happening. So, thoughts like how to short it, or I mean, it's just I just can't I just cannot get excited. ECL, I'm sure it's doing probably the same thing. NCLH. Yeah, they all look the same, don't they? I mean, they're all kind of looking exactly the same. So if I look at RCL as an example, I mean, it's not trading abnormally. It's 9 point. It's like it's less than normal. Your low right here is 31.31. So maybe if it gets through that, I just don't find them terribly exciting. It's a big float, 219 million in the float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. But if what you're looking at there, the downtrend, the little pull up, and actually you could say that it jammed into the 10 SMA and moved down off it, but I wouldn't take it, it would have to take out that low of the day. It's not that far away, 20 cents. All right, guys, I'm out of my BMRA short. I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I wanted to lock in little bit of profit on the BMRA, so I'm out of it. And as Zach said, the EVGO is grinding higher. I think it went positive. Another one that had some news with the GM deal. Lots of excitement all the way up to 730, all the way down to 5 or 6. Yeah, DWAC's having a pop here. What's the next high looking left? I mean, if it could ever really clear 31.45, I mean, it's got a lot of room. They still have, oops. Whoa, TBPH actually shows up now in the 10-day daily breakdown, or it showed up at 10:55. Oh, it showed up a lot earlier. I missed that. How did I, how did I miss that? I missed this. I don't know how I missed that one. Well, look at this market, guys. This market is not positive yet, but boy, this is a nice 1, 2, 3, almost an hour. Started at 10:45. A little before that, really. 10:15, the market stopped going down. We've been on a bit of a run ever since then, since 10:15. So, yeah, well, this is now starting to take out these highs. 640 was the high, 641. Approaching these highs of a few days ago, FFIE. PH, the relative volume is picking up here, guys. The relative volume is picking up. Okay, I got to get rid of these topping tails. I don't know why our charts do this. There's PJ's Goss is still moving. GOSS. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1178. I I don't know, Todd. I mean, I mean, anything is possible. I mean, at least it didn't go negative. I think there's probably some pretty decent resistance around 345. Looking at that 5-minute chart. Walmart deal, but I mean, market just doesn't care. And look at the volume. I mean, that's why it made it a decent short for a while, because there's no volume. I mean, no volume, no enthusiasm, nothing. Look at the 15-minute chart. Let's take a look at BMRA in a bigger chart. You just sort of see how the volume is just completely and utterly tailed off. There's on a 15-minute chart. Look at a 5-minute chart. Look how the volume is just completely putrid right now. So, I mean, there could be a move, but I wouldn't be very confident in a move because there's just no volume. Unless you start seeing, it doesn't have to be that size or this size, but something that's standing out a little bit compared to the last, hour or so. All right, guys. So it is getting close to when Steve takes over, probably about 10 minutes from now. What I want to do is just put the YouTube link in. So you can head over there if you want to listen to Steve for an hour between 12 and 1. ATRA. Let's take a look at ATRA from Shady. So I see what he's looking at, a little bit of chopping around here, sort of consolidation, a little bit of consolidation, maybe a break here. Personally, as always, I'd be waiting for maybe a 4 break if I wanted to take this. It depends on what you're looking for, Shady. I see. I just look at this and think they could really stall not that far away. I mean, 417, 415 in the pre-market. Depends on how much you think you could get out of it, I guess. Well, DWAC is getting close, guys, to that 30 mark now. DWAC, DWAC. Big level. I've got to stick an alert up here then. If it ever takes this out, 3090, 3145. So I'm going to stick an alert in this area and see if at some point it takes it out because it's got that big void. Still has the problems, SEC stuff, etc. So, there is that kind of looming over it all the time. Warren, I don't know. I don't know if there was any specific news that caused this bounce or just traders looking to, buy the bounce again. I have no idea. Oof, I missed the early move on this one. It's KOPN, KOPN. Probably if I clicked on it as it was moving up the standings, I would have probably caught it around 130 from the racing. Keep an eye on the RHE, guys. I mean, it just has to get through that 200 day. That's pretty good, 83 R. I'd take that trade. Well, I still have an alert set for TBPH just over 8 and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 11:56. So I'm just going to put my announcement in. Steve will be in the room any moment now. So I'm just going to put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. Waiting for Steve to show up. Oh, look at Tilray, guys. Tilray's having for whatever reason, a little bit of a move here. At 11:21, Canadian recreational cannabis market analysis. Tilray joins what? This year's Calgary Stampede and releases Wild West product lineup. Okay, crazy. So anyway, Tilray just says having a big pop here. Lots of volume coming in. Hey, only $297 to go to its all-time high. But it's moving and it is shortable. I just don't trust this market at all. Let's see if MJ's moving at all. MJ's moving, so I don't know, something, let's take a look at CGC. Moving, yeah, so, okay, something's happening with the cannabis market. Something is happening. But I don't see any, let me see if I can see any specific news for CGC. Okay, so I mean, in theory, this is the news. You know, that came out a little while ago. Canada year 21 plus 21 year on year growth outperforming the US, etc. Too late for me to get. I'd love to take this one right now, this TBPH, but I'm going to be on a break. I think this has now good bounce potential. But something happening with cannabis. And hey, I mean, the GOEV is definitely having a nice move. I mean, it'll be amazing if it can take out that 5 level. But my guess is shorting these tops is the way to go in these cannabis plays. I just don't believe in the industry at all. Hello, Steve. I think you're there. Pot decriminalization bill teed up for the Senate introduction. I guess that's probably the big reason. Yeah, but hasn't that happened before many times? Steve,
Barry,
how are you?
can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Cool. Yep.
Yep.
All good.
So did you see that news about cannabis?
No. Did it just come
Okay.
out?
Guess it kind of just came out, but check Tilray, TLRY, or
Already
just check
typing it.
MJ.
RY.
You'll
Oh,
see.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What was the news again?
Well, this is an update on your country,
Uh,
again, trying to bring up the decriminalization bill in the Senate.
I see.
Okay, if you can
I'm
see my
long.
screen.
I'm on my screen. I went ahead and put my screen up, but
Oh,
I've
I
been
see.
long.
Okay.
I've been long this MNMD. It's not marijuana stock. It's psychedelic stock, but
Right.
yeah, I'm kind of hoping that has a little sympathy in there. It's just in my long-term account. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. So anyway, Steve, I've been building up your 10 SMA on the 15, so I've geared them all up to ask you all sorts of questions about it.
Yes, it's barely hanging on by a thread, and I've got the open on in the background, so it's a lovely day.
Okay. Lovely day. Well, actually, though, I mean, I just look. I don't have the scan. I'm not using the scan at all. I'm just when I click on an alert, I just see where it is on the 15, where it is
Yes.
compared to the 10 SMA on the 15. So I'm not using your scan at all. It's just a matter
No,
yeah. I'm just
it's the
wanting to
visual.
see. Yeah, just a visual, just a
Uh-huh.
visual.
Yes.
So
Gotta love it.
anyway, I'll let you go here, or let myself go. It's 12:01 right now, so.
All right, I'll see you later.
You bet.
Okay. Bye. Hello, everybody. Uh, hello, Jim. Don't know, Two-Box, if your question was answered by Barry, but we have Brokerage Plus, which allows you to either connect to the AI here. Some of the trades are good, some of the trades are bad, or you could connect to an actual alert, and if something made a new high or a new low, you could automatically buy it using the Brokerage Plus feature. So it can be done. You ask about a custom trading bot, so you have to be with either Interactive Brokers or E-Trade currently. I don't know who the third broker that will be. It could be TD Ameritrade. I don't know. Anyway, not doing a whole lot, honestly. Maybe for those of you that know or saw my webinar on Tuesday, I did get short the NASDAQ on the Qs up there on that day right there. But I covered yesterday. I took my profits in a couple of different chunks yesterday. One right on the open. I covered some right. Well, let's just look at the SQQ. So I'm no longer short this market. I took my quick profits and was mostly happy. I sold some on the open and then some more there. And then I think some more there yesterday. So we're just kind of back where I sold my SQQs yesterday, which is fine. I'll take that. It was a good trade. But, you know, I'm not, I'm long tan, of course, the trade of the week, bouncing off that 50-day simple moving average, holding by the skin of its teeth. Andy over here, he likes Sol, which is a solar company as well, but it just can't get above $5. And he did tell me he just bought some NVIDIA. I'm not going to, but he did. There's just a lot of things in downtrends right now, a lot of things I don't trust. The APPH, I've been holding this one. This was trade of the week 2 weeks ago. No fun when they come down and jam down on the open like that. But over on the daily chart, I was just looking at the 20 SMA thinking, well, you know, it's the early morning rundown. It's what they do. Let's just wait and see how this thing closes. So it's hopefully going to recover nicely on that one. But I'm not doing a whole lot. Why is oil down so much? Well, the only thing I'm looking at is going to be USO for oil. And yes, you are correct. I'm a technician there. There very well could be some support at the 200-day on USO. Oil probably down on demand. Who knows? I don't really know about the backstory on oil. But I do know it's given a hell of a lot back. And it's not as worrisome as it was back above 90 back there. But anyway, guys, yeah, I'm user number 3 here. If you don't know, I've been using trade ideas for a long time. It doesn't mean I'm the most knowledgeable when it comes to all the things it can do, but I've seen a lot and I've been around for a while. So if there's anything you want to ask me about the product, by all means, we can do that. We can look at charts. Sometimes I'll sit here and I'll look at the AI trades. For instance, this one looks like it's a short, got caught up there, bled through its 10-day moving average. All right. Hello, Jamie Lee. Do you put out a daily or a weekly newsletter? I don't put a day, nothing more than the trade of the week. Occasionally, I might do something on Twitter. This window here is basically not doing anything today. Andy is out today. Sometimes I'll help him, but today I'm not coming up with some of these what we're watching trades. Those are from yesterday. But you know, occasionally I'll do a video here and there, but nothing really other than the trade of the week and my weekly webinars. Jamie Lee. All right. Hello, Peter. Goev. I saw somebody talking about Goev earlier. Yeah, interesting. big old gap up a couple of days ago, sold off, didn't really find any moving average to bounce off of, but to me, it looks like that low kind of held this congestion level there. Nice bottoming tail yesterday as it bounced up. And then today, I mean, look at this right here. This is the moment right there that it gave up the downside. I mean, this is such a good momentum indicator. This example here, the 10 SMA. All right, so that first day when the selling occurred, right here, when it broke that 10 SMA, you can just see for the rest of the day, it was under downside momentum. And then midday yesterday, that arrow right there on that candle, it broke to the other side and changed the momentum, flipped it on a dime. And now you can see since yesterday midday, this has been holding momentum up. So that's a great example of quick downside momentum shifting to upside momentum. Now, you're asking me, Peter, about the chart. I don't know if I would jump in and buy it right here. To me, it would have been more interesting to watch this gap up here and then maybe see it hold that moving average and then take a chance there. I don't like to chase a lot of green. I think if you're chasing something that's already had a big move like that, you're just asking for a pullback. So just always be aware of what your entry is. Is it contrary to what's happening, or is it chasing what's happening? A new issue today. Artificial intelligence company. So hopefully that helped, Peter. If you are currently in it, that's even better. So I would finish off by saying, if you're currently in it, just ride this line, that 10 SMA, and until it breaks, and closes below that 10 SMA, you're on the right track on that one if you're already in it. But again, be careful chasing entries that look like that if you're not in it already. Okay, race car feature. Okay, race car feature, is it quite reliable in showing stocks moving? My strategy is based on pullback to the 50 EMA and continuation in direction of the trend. Any tips for how to use my strategy? Okay, so if you're talking about the race car feature, let's bring something up here. I might even have it already built. We'll see. Pull back above the 50. So this is supposed to be, a scan that looks for stocks pulling back above the 50, but it's not quite exactly the way we want. I would want it pulling back right on that 50. How does this look? Maybe we can improve this for this example. Okay. Change from the 50. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Right now we've got it just anything above the 50. I'm going to make it anything 0.05 below and no more than 0.25 above. That's going to change the complexity of this. It's going to show us stocks that are actually right at that 50, because the way it was currently before I changed it, it could be anywhere at or above, and we don't want that for this demonstration. So you would take a scan like this. Okay, so all of these stocks are going to be right at their 50 for the most part. That's an interesting one. And then you would right click and launch real-time race. And so what we'll do here is we're going to, let's just do change based on change. We'll do change from the open. And we'll sort delta so the best are at the top. We'll make it, there's no more than 10 cars, so that's fine. We'll make them 5-minute races, and you can auto start over, auto rerun, replace cars if anything new comes in. So this would be an idea. So let's go ahead and run it. And currently, as you can see, there's only 4 stocks really in there. So if you had a scan that's a top list that has more than just 4 symbols, it definitely would help your your race ideas better. But I see what you're getting at here, SD, and it's a good concept. It's the perfect use of the 1-2 punch, the one being the scan for stocks that you want to monitor, and the 2 punch being watching them in real time to see which ones are starting to make their moves. So if you have a scan that's a top list, you would start from there. Again, if I go back to a couple of stocks just came in here, you saw that they just popped in there, and so they should pop into the race on the next refresh as well. Yeah, SNPS starting to make a little move there. Okay, so yeah, if that works, I'm gonna give you this scan as is. Save and share. And then you would just run the race based off of that. So we'll call it resting on the 50 SMA. There's the code for that scan. And then that's how you'd run a race off of it. And so you could see in real time that HSY is actually trying to start to do a little something there. And it's bouncing off of its 50-day perfectly. Could you sort by something else? Sure, you could sort by change from the close. You could sort by volume. You could do anything you want in those races, but it's going to give you a nice deeper dive look into the spreadsheet grid format here that we're trying to get away from. All right, so Jamie Lee, looks like that resonated. Hopefully that helps. I'll close that because I copied that scan and I put that on the chat window there. I did buy some PSLV this morning. You can see my buy tag right there. I was in it back here, really hoping that it would hold, and then it didn't, and it broke. So I got out, and I just been watched it yesterday, slam into that moving average, but today a big gap down, reversal off the open. It's probably going to have a giant volume bar, so I'm taking a chance here again, just a little bottom fishing on some silver, on that silver fund PSLV. All right, let's check on questions. I'm going to look at CPG. Oh, hang on, I missed that one. Two box. Do you trade with micro stops? Which I mean, do you have a certain point, 5 or 1 minute, in which the price doesn't hold, you will sell the whole thing? I do not use micro stops. I try to use mental stops for the most part, because if you use hard stops, that information is given over to Citadel and all the other pay for order flow quant funds, and they can find out where the collection of stop orders are. And if you're one of them, they'll run you down and likely reverse it on you. So I use mental stops, but I will give you an example of a stop today. I do have 2 stops in today. Let's see here. Where would that be? It might be gone by now. Let's see here. I guess I didn't mark them up on the screen. In 2 different accounts, I have a stop at what I let happen this morning, okay, was I let the price of TAN drive down. Typical bots, this is what they want to do. Look left, where was yesterday's tick? They're going to come down and they're going to test it right to the penny or even a couple pennies below. Once I see that, and once I see an attempt to reverse on that, I will put in a hard stop. So this is the only example I can give you. It's a 15-minute chart, and it's typically the way I will do it. I will not have a stop on the open, because if it's sitting there on the open, they will hit it. I try to wait for at least a half an hour, see if it's trying to test yesterday's low, which it did perfectly. Once it tested the low, it started to bounce up. I said, I'm not going to allow this to go back down and do it again. 1 is acceptable. That's just pretty much modus operandi right now for the algorithms and the bots. But to do it a second time, it's probably not, you're not going to want to stick around and see what happens, because that second time might break it and go lower. So that's my philosophy on stops. They're mostly mental. I try not to get out of things in the middle of the day unless I absolutely have to. I try to let things close and see how the candles close at the end of the day. For instance, this PSLV, I'm really hoping it closes with a nice volume bar and maybe a nice green body and some bottoming tail there. We'll see. But back to the analogy of waiting for the bots to run out the stops in the first half an hour, I will put a hard stop in there. So I thought I had it marked up, but it's 68.90. All right, so it was testing that 69 level, and I put it 10 cents below, and it's still good till canceled today, good for today only. But it doesn't look like it's going to become an issue for me. So this morning when the market was selling off, I didn't want to panic, but I wanted to at least try and look. The market did the same thing, guys. All right. The low in the Qs yesterday was right there. Algorithms came down and double tapped on 2 new lows, try and see if there's any follow through, and then bounced it. This is kind of typical. If you're waiting to get short something until it takes out yesterday's lows, you're having a very hard time shorting things because you get bounced out very quickly, typically on these. All right, let me catch up here on some questions. My screen is frozen. I can't turn off my, there we go. Okay, next question, Michael. Okay, so CPG you wanted to look at. What we got here? Energy company. It tested that 200-day back there, came back, and we're doing a double test today. So this thing really needs to get back and close back above highs here. It needs to get back and close above 640. If it can do that, then in hindsight, you might look back at this chart and say, wow, that was a pretty interesting double test of that 200-day. But if it rolls over and gets sloppy and then just decides to close below the 200-day, I don't, my rules anyway would say caution, be very careful. I don't like to see them after they tested that critical level and passed the test. We have rolled back down, and as like I said earlier, a double test. If it can't hold that double test and it closes sloppily and just kind of bleeds lower, you probably don't want to be in those kind of trades. That's just my opinion. PE, all that stuff doesn't concern me. I don't look at I don't let any of the fundamentals concern what I see on the chart. I'm a pure technical person. If the stock is strong and the people recognize that it's strong, the chart is going to show it. The footprints in the sand are all I really need to tell me what's going on with the stock. Because what will happen is I'll start talking myself out of it. The PEs are strong. People are missing something here. What are they missing? They might be missing something. You might be a month early, but the point is there's no point in sticking around for bad price action until the rest of the market figures it out. So I try not to concern myself with all that fundamental stuff. It doesn't mean that it's not valid. It can be, but for me, that fundamental stuff is more valid for, I think, portfolio managers and investors. I'm a trader. I want to try and surf the market, position myself correctly, and get the most out of a move and then bail. When I find myself wishing and hoping and waiting, it usually doesn't work. So the fundamental stuff doesn't mean a whole lot to me, but that doesn't mean it's wrong. A lot of people use fundamentals very well, but that's my style. The main reason the market's down because CNBC thinking the Fed's going to raise rates the whole point instead of, yeah, but then one of the Fed people came out earlier today and said, well, let's not go too fast here. If the market's pricing on 100 basis points yesterday, that might not be a wise thing. That's a knee-jerk reaction, And so the Fed loves to continue to talk and find a microphone and jawbone the market. It's just nothing you can do about that. But like I said, I am no longer short in that SQQ position. I'm basically back to flat or back to just a couple of small longs. I kind of really felt that short I took off right there, off that 50-day moving average. I kind of felt if there was a lot of meat on the bone, we would have had some panic. We had no panic. We just have a little bit of indecision, grinding lower. I took my money and left. So I don't see a setup or a reason to be short the market right now. There is every reason to think that there could be some bounces out there, especially when you look at the sentiment. Everybody's bearish right now. The market has a funny way of fooling most of the people most of the time. My Twitter name is @TI Steve G. It's my second account. Twitter took my first account because they really didn't like some of the other things I was talking about. So I got like 500 followers now. I had like 25,000, but again, I guess I was a bad person. Mike C. Test drive a Learjet yet? No, I'd love to. I used to have a pilot's license. It expired 20 years ago. But I bet you I could land a plane if I had to. Oh, your connection cut out and you missed the answer. Okay, what was your question, SD? Okay, race car feature. So the race car feature was, you'll see a cloud link that I dropped in there. Let me right click that, copy link address, load that cloud. Is that it? Yeah, there we go. So this is the scan that I dropped. What did I call it? Resting on the 50. So these are stocks that are just resting right at their 50-day SMA. So what you do is you launch real-time stock race, and probably a wise thing to do would be maybe run 5-minute races like Barry does. Price, change from the open, perhaps, or change from the close, or whatever you wanted to, and then Delta will make it sort nice and pretty, and then just let it run. So if the stock is on this scan, it's going to be sitting at its 50-day SMA. Here's something we could probably do. We could probably open this up a little bit more on the filters. We could go to 0.5 max, and that'll bring us in a lot more, a lot more names there. You could do that as well, but from there, you just run that race based on that. And again, I just opened this up a little bit more to maximum 0.5% on the 50-day SMA. So there might be stocks that essentially come and go throughout the day on there. But that's the best 1-2 punch, to use the top list window with the spreadsheet view to see which ones are moving in real time. Normally you can click on that and see this one's right at the 50. So I forgot that was you that answered that question, asked that question. I thought it was Jamie, but it's there for you if you want it. And then again, just right click, launch real-time race, and play around with it, and you can see, which ones are working. This is interesting. There's only 2 stocks on there now, so let me try that again. Change from the open. Let's just try that. All right, so technically this race is running, and I should be keying off of these stocks so you can see which ones. So hopefully that helped, that rehash. SD, sorry you lost your feed. AMX is in a horrible downtrend. It got stymied the last 2 days. It tried, that first one was a bad tick, but yesterday, big rejection yesterday after trying to get back and close above the declining 10 SMA. That tells me that the momentum was not able to be shifted yesterday. Threw the price back down, made a new low, probably washed out a bunch of people down here, and maybe it will try again. But the first step for IMX is to post a closing candle above that declining 10 SMA. And that'll tell you, like I said earlier, the footprints in the sand tell me that the herd is starting to maybe reverse course. The momentum has died to the downside if that happens. Hello, Rajiv. Doing good. Do Do you have a scan for a stock going below 10 SMA and reversing to go above? The trouble with that one is when you say and, that and makes it kind of tough. So, you know, I had one that I think I shared yesterday with somebody, 10. Strong pullback to the 10 SMA on a 15. Let's take a look at what this is. So this is stocks that are making new lows, but they're pulling back to their 10 SMA. So I assume, Raj, that we're talking about a 15-minute chart here. You could do the same thing with the daily chart, but this one is actually already configured for that. So let's look at the history here today and see if there's anything of interest on there. Ooh, that's it. That's the only thing on there today. That is interesting. What about yesterday? A lot of stuff yesterday. Let's go to early in the day yesterday. So here's some stocks. Pay attention to the blue arrow on yesterday's 15-minute candles here. When I click through, you'll see that they're pulling down and giving you that signal, and they're trying to bounce. There's no guarantee that they follow through for sure, but you know, this would be a starting point that I would use. That one actually kind of worked, pulled back and held that 10 SMA all day long. So I can share this with you. Not much in there today, but assuming you're talking about the 15-minute chart, that would work. So it's a strong stock pulling back. There's the code for that. Let's see, GoEv. Right, so that's the one you were talking about. Yeah, GoEv. So if you're thinking, you know, trying to find this area here, you would have to find, you know, some pullbacks, new, you'd have to be like change in the last, you know, 120 minutes or change in the last day, definitely negative. But a new 15-minute high is what I would use. And I would qualify that new 15-minute high as being above the 10 SMA. So you'd have minimum value of 0 in the minimum, no negative values. So something that was down in the last day or two, but all of a sudden, new 15-minute high, all right? But it has to be a 0 in the 10 SMA column. Does that make sense? Let's see here. Probably get a lot of different symbols unless you did it a certain way. Let's see here. So let's try something. Let's see if we can back into it. New alert window. Start from scratch. We want the 10 SMA for sure. 15-minute period. We need that. Add filter. We need, let's see what we can start with here. 15-minute high. It's going to be our event. So we'll set that up first. Okay, price $5 to 500. Position info, I'm going to leave that one out. Average daily volume, I'd like to see at least, you know, 250,000. Change from the open. We might have to come back to that one. So change, and what are our options here for change? Kind of maxes out at 120 minutes. That's only 2 hours. Change from the previous day. Yeah, that would work, I think. Yeah, let's do change from the previous day. And we would have to be down at least 1% change from the previous day. But now we're making a new high. Oh, I lost my 10 SMA. 15-minute. I wanted to add that filter. And 0. Got to be above the 10 SMA, even though we're down. We could even try and get tricky here and try something else. We could even add change in 120 minutes. So in the last 2 hours, we've also been down. Down at least 1% in the last. This is 120 minutes, hide unused. Okay, so we're looking for stocks that are negative from the previous day, but they made a new 15-minute high that's now above the 10 SMA. So we're trying to kind of find this little area right in here. Change in 120 minutes. It's been down. So let's just see if this thing gives us anything. ETWO. Hey, look at that. It's been down, but look, it's breaking above its 10 SMA. It's trying to anyway. There's a lot of ideas in here, as I thought there might be. But that's kind of the concept here. Down a couple days in a row, boom, broke above the 10 SMA. So it's kind of interesting. I'm not going to use it, but I will share it with anybody that does want it. Raj asked for it, I think. Breaking back above the 10 SMA, I'll call it. Great. So hopefully that's a good starting point. That's kind of how you'd work through it. Scott's got a question. Is that a follow-up or? Oh, ERO. Gotcha. ERO symbol. Okay. As in it's just sitting onto the 10 SMA. Correct. We're looking at the daily chart here. As you can see, it tried this day right here to break above. Well, let's go back. 1, 2, 3 days of rejection. No closing prices above the declining 10. Tells us that downside momentum was still intact. And was it? Yes, it was. Made a new low, bounced up, faked us out here. Okay, closed above the 10, but just got repulsed by the 20, closed back yesterday on that 10 and then back below. Yesterday tried to break through, another rejection. So this thing has just been rejected and been walked to the woodshed. And only one day did it actually attempt to try and close above. So the next time it does try to attempt to close above, it's going to be very close to its 20 as well. I would like to see this thing close above its 20 before you even attempt to think about a reversal of direction there on that particular one. But this is how I use those moving averages, and it really does, just kind of keep me away from the bad stuff and keeps me in the good stuff from selling too soon as well. So, I'll do that all the time, especially intraday if I'm writing a good profit. And all of a sudden, let's go back to that GoEv. If I was writing GoEv here, oh, look at that. Ideally, I would be selling some as it makes new highs to try and take advantage of it. But what time do we have here? We got 7 more minutes, 8 more minutes before this candle closes. If this candle comes back and doesn't bounce and hold this line, then that would be my excuse to get out and take what profits are left. That's kind of a trailing stop. But I don't like always doing that. I like taking some off when I can, when things are really running and it's making new highs, especially if it tries to clear out highs from a prior day. A lot of times that price action doesn't last very long, so I try to take advantage of it and take some off the table for profits while I can, just in case. I see some red coming in here. My S&P moves. So back to the 10 SMA, gap down, reclaimed the 10 SMA. Now it's rolling over. The bulls need this to hold right here. They need this little cup to hold right there, and they need the buyers to come in and defend that. If we don't, we break back down through it. Well, by the end of the day, new lows could be in play. I hate to think that, but it's always possible. All right, questions. I think we might be caught up here. Oh, you weren't talking about Eero. You were talking about zero. Correct. Zero, Scott. In the configuration panel, zero in the min means it at least has to be sitting at the 10 SMA. If I don't have a maximum, then it could be anything above that 10 SMA. So sometimes what I'll do is I'll go in and put like maybe negative 0.05% below in case it wants to overshoot that SMA a little bit. And then 0.05% above, just to try and corral that general area. But zero, yes, you are correct. Zero is going to mean it's right at sitting on that line. So sometimes it doesn't hurt to actually put a negative number, just a little bit negative in the minimum, just to try and catch more things if you can. But if you don't cap that filter with a maximum volume, if you don't cap that filter with a maximum value of the 10 SMA distance from, then the price could be anywhere above the 10. So it's important, I think, on that filter when you're using those SMAs to have a minimum and a maximum, and just kind of try and bracket it, negative 0.1%, positive 0.1%. You got yourself a little window right there smack in the middle of the SMA. Barry talked about earlier. So here they are technically, all right, MJ, news, volume, movement, but where does it get hung up? I mean, this is just like magic, okay? You guys, I've talked a lot about this blue line here. This is my 5-day moving average on my 15-minute chart. I don't have a 5-day moving average on my daily because it would be too fast. But if you use 130 periods on a 15-minute chart, SMA 130, that divides perfectly into a 5-day rolling average on your 15-minute chart. So look at where the sellers jumped in on this MJ news right there. Let's look at the daily. Where did they jump in on the daily? Well, wouldn't you know it? The 10 and the 5 are pretty much the exact same spot. So that was a wall of selling using technical analysis right there. And you can see the 10 SMA came into play back here on these 2 days last week as well. So for the moment, this is just nothing more than a bear market hiccup in a downtrending stock. Boy, is that a downtrending stock. I guess there's just no margins in trying to make money on weed. Everybody can grow it, and it's pretty hard to tax the black market people. All right. Good, Scott. Hopefully, I'm glad I caught that nuance there. Bill, in your configuration window, all of the fields which have values in them are listed at the top as opposed to sporadically. I think what just happened to me, Bill, is I'm working on a new version here that you guys don't have. And when I go to configure, it looks like it's just a different array. So like when I was building that one earlier, Matter of fact, I noticed I hid some of the symbols and then they popped the fields and they popped back in. To answer your question, I'm working on a brand new version, and it's probably the reason why it's doing that. Definitely looks different than my last version. So they're working on something over there, and we're supposed to test it when they build something new and see if anything happens. What I did notice is that, I did hide unused alerts, and when I came back and did something and found and searched something, uh, all those were back. All those alerts were back. Yeah. So that's just a new version soon to come. Probably a few weeks away from that, Bill. Exactly. So what you saw there was just a cleaner look. So they've been obviously tidying that up over there, and just so you know, I'm on the latest version here. It's version 9.6. I think you guys are on probably like 8.6 or 8.7 or something like that. So um, it'll be there eventually. Hang tight, Bill. You'll see it eventually. Yeah, those windows can get pretty messy. What did that Goev do? Bounce. It's trying to hold that line. Got 2 more minutes. Hang on 1 second. Reply to somebody here. All right, let's see. I think you're talking about MJ, Michael. Yep. So yeah, it's kind of pinched between that moving averages level I showed you and that 558, just under 560. I see what you're talking about. Mind Med, yes, go to highs. Do something for me, please. So this Mind Med right now is battling the 130 level I talk about. So I'm fully expecting sellers to kind of jump in right here. However, if the sellers don't win and we start getting some movement above there, I'm going to get a little bit more excited about this. Again, this is not a trade. This is an investment. It's a holding. I'm in at about 80 cents. So I'm underwater on this one, but I've been watching this stock for a while. I'm familiar with it, and it's much better than people who bought it up here at $4 and $5. So just taking a chance with that one. I was kind of thinking these pot stocks would give it a bit of a lift today. It's very possible that may happen. It's usually people start looking around to see what else can I buy as a sympathy play. Do I only use the 10 SMA on the 15? I use it primarily, Scott, but as I just showed you, I use this 130 as well. So I have an SMA with 130. And that means 130 candles fits perfectly into 5 days of trading. So that gives me a smoothed out 5-day average. So in my 15-minute chart, I'm constantly using the 10 SMA for momentum, but I'm using this 5-day SMA just for levels of interest, where I expect support, where I expect resistance. But the 10 SMA is my momentum line. That's the one that is probably more valuable to me because it really gauges momentum, whereas the 130, the 5-day, just kind of gives me more levels of interest to be aware of and monitor and watch. And that's it. Those are the only two ones that I use on my intraday. I will use, of course, like pivot levels and things like that. So, I mean, I can see right there that, that's a pretty good resistance level as well. I marked that up. So there's a lot going on right here at this 67-cent level in this thing. All right, let's see. We caught up. Yeah, it looks like we're caught up. Here's an AI trade, GRBK. Great example of what happens in my world once you give up that 10 SMA. The last hour has just been pig slop, just grinding lower. So I use that first closing candle below the 10 SMA as my signal candle to get out and let everybody else just get frustrated. Because if I was long this, ideally, that should have bounced right there. And if it did, then great. But if it doesn't and it bleeds through that moving average, this is what you can expect in my experiences. Scott, I can even just give you my cloud link right here. And anybody else who wants my 15-minute chart, you can have it this way. If you're so inclined, that cloud link will give you a copy of my settings right there. Still seeing a lot of red come through that S&P window. Yep, look at that. Okay, so market's not really wanting to hold. It's threatening to break those intraday 10 SMAs, though. The IWM, the Russell's even worse. Small caps look terrible. This day is not out of the woods yet, especially if we keep grinding a little bit lower here on these Qs and spiders. Yeah, that TZA looks wicked good. It's the inverse of the IWM. Just cannot kill GameStop and AMC, but they keep getting smashed at the 200-day, or at least GameStop does. AMC not even near the 200-day. AMC is grinding. Things won't die. All right, got about 9 minutes or so before the top of the hour. Speak now if you want to ask something or look at something. Sector-wise, there's just no hiding today. I mean, there's nothing green that I can see. SMHs are at least trying, but I don't trust anything right now, honestly. Aside from just a couple of long-term holdings, I'm not doing anything. Yeah, Michael, there's just not a whole lot working at all right now. There's just no real safe haven. I kind of thought silver might have been a little safe haven, but geez, if the market rolls over and takes silver with it, then I'll get out. But I can't find any safe haven, especially, I trade my own 401k as well. And in the 401k account, they don't let you go short. You cannot short America in your 401k account. I can't buy inverse ETFs in my 401k account. So that thing is just pretty much a couple of small investments that I showed you. APPH, MindMed. APPH is holding up nicely on the daily. This is a high-tech indoor farming crop story company. It could be a headline story. And then the MindMed, I'm in that as well. But I'm not trading anything long. I'm not trading anything short. I'm just kind of watching right now because this is really ugly, really sloppy, I should say. And I can't really make sense of it. Usually you can see somebody, with energy companies or high dividend companies, or no, there's just nothing really of interest out there today looking at the sectors here. Like I said, SMHs are negative on the day and they're still the strongest sector. WBD, Warner Brothers. Yeah, if the insiders are buying and you are investing for the long term to put your kids through college, then, if the insiders are buying, then maybe it's a good time to buy. It's not to say it can't go lower before it goes higher. The chart isn't really telling us much here. It's just kind of been grinding sideways, but it is below its moving averages.
All right, Steve, I am here.
Barry,
And you made me laugh.
what did I say?
Well, it was the way my mind was working when somebody asked you, "Have you ever flown a Learjet?" And you said, "No, but I can fly a plane. I think I could probably fly a plane." All I could think about were the disaster movies where the pilot and the co-pilot are somehow poisoned, and
Yeah.
the flight attendant says, "Can anybody here fly a plane?" And I'm
Yep.
thinking, "You
That would be
stick
me.
your hand up." Well,
I've
I
never,
want to be on that flight as
I've,
long as you're on it.
I've never flown a jet turbine engine, but as long as somebody was walking me through it on the radio, I could do it.
There you go. And that's every disaster movie you've seen,
Yeah.
where in that situation, that's what happens. We can
Yeah.
walk you through it, and the
Yeah.
sweat be pouring down, and
Like
and
the
then when the
airplane.
plane lands, everybody be yelling and screaming and praising you for the rest of time, Steve.
Yeah, or maybe it lands and I do like a giant power slide, and then it tips over. Yeah.
Oops.
Sorry, the easiest part. I couldn't negotiate that one.
That was the alternate ending.
No. Well, see, I grew up. My dad had a twin engine growing up, and I flew next to him countless hours, and
Oh,
literally
cool.
knew how to fly before I had a license. And then when I got out of college, I thought, well, this would be fun. Took me about a year and a half, but I got my license. But then
What is the statute of limitations that I can contact the FCC flying
uh,
without
the
a license?
the FAA.
Or the FAA, FC. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I think it has to be renewed every 2 years. I have to have
Okay.
physicals and things like that. But this was in my 20s, and I got tired of just like renting a plane and just flying around. I did that, been there, done that, and too poor to own a plane, of course. And so it just kind of was one of those little chapters and little victories that I gave myself in life, and never really did anything with it.
Yeah, that's cool though. I
Yeah,
hear
it was
about people
fun.
who learn how to fly, and it's never been a dream, or I've never really thought about it in those terms. That man, I'd love to fly a plane, but yeah, when I do hear somebody say, "Yeah, I took flying lessons," I say, "Wow, okay,
Yeah, when I was like 24 or 23, I did like my first solo cross country. It was like a 5 hour trip. I had to
oh
stop and
wow,
refuel like 3 times and flew all over Southern California and got back. And I remember landing and just opening up the window to get the air and just patting myself on the back, thinking, man, I can't believe you just did that.
yeah, no kidding."
Matter of fact, I learned how to fly in Santa Monica Airport in LA. So that
Mhm.
was like being thrown to the wolves very quickly. It's not learning to fly in some crop duster farm field. You're like,
Right.
you're number 7 to land behind the G4, 5 mile. Okay, sure.
All right.
We find them.
I'll do my best.
Yep. But yeah, those were fun days. I missed it. I do want to say this, Barry. I think one of my goals in life, retirement, is to get a backwoods plane. You ever seen those big bouncy tires? They're high wing planes, and they land in the bush. They can land in like 100 yards and on a riverbank and take off again.
Yeah.
I would dream to be doing that in my retirement. So it's still there.
Okay. Well, make
Bush
sure you have
flying,
good insurance and all that,
of
and
course.
your
Yes,
family is well taken care of.
yes, that'll be of course.
That'll
Yes.
be, of course. All
All
right,
right.
Steve. Well, I'll
Thanks.
take over now if you want.
Thank you. I'm all talked out, guys.
Okay. Just added my stream.
Cool. All right. If I miss anything, just email us, guys. Thanks for the discussion. I'll see you next time.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I've got my music going. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Just talking to Steve. Okay, what is happening in this market? So let's see. When I took my break, the market was just kind of flat. And now I see that it's been an hour down. So we got some choppy action definitely in the SPY. Let's see if this holds this bottoming tail around that 373 mark and see if we can have another little pop from there. I was looking at that SIGA after making a new all-time high yesterday, SIGA. Now you are starting to fade. And the next low looking left is 1274. Will that hold it? I don't see any new monkeypox news. So I guess that's what SIGA needs every single day. Some more monkeypox news. Yeah, KSPN was, I saw it right here, but again, it was on my break. I thought, wow, that's a nice move. It took out the pre-market high, and then it just kept going for a while anyway. It's like most of these things, especially with the low float, most of these things, very difficult just to maintain, red, green candle after green candle after green candle. Excuse me. Now, let's see where it is. No, with relation to the 200 day or the 10-day SMA. So it's sorry, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. Going to have a better way to explain it. 15-minute 10 SMA. How's that? Yeah, this is one that I said I would like to take this one right now when it got over 8, but I was going to take my break. And my break, I need a break. I just need a break. You might say, well, you just lost some money. I didn't really lose money. I just didn't make money there, but there's always others, and I've got to take a break. And my break, really, I mean, what I do is I do a video and I have a little workout routine, and so it's not like I'm lying outside doing nothing. So let's see. So APO or PRPB, let's see what it did. That was on your bounce scan also. APO just showed up. APO just showed up. 47.79. So it hasn't had a big bounce yet. Shake Shack, man, I haven't seen Shake Shack for a long, long time. I remember when that first came out. Yeah, so they're going to. I wonder why they do this. I mean, we all know it's going to be August 4th, but they put out a press release, unless it was changed. But they're saying, here's your press release. We're going to release our second quarter results on August 4th. Well, we already knew that. So, but I guess a lot of companies do that. I do have a little sponge thing though, believe it or not, Mike, in the shape of a guitar. All right, let's see. Anything interesting happening here? Root is just over $1, ROOT, but looking left, what do we see? 107 and then 115. So I don't like it. It says that simple. It's showing up on my top list, but it's got too much resistance, in my opinion. I was able to take some of that goss. This is what I was saying, how, you've really got to be aware or on top of a trade like Goss, because I just find it is way too very, very whippy. Not bad up to that point, but then it got obviously a little too parabolic, and then that's when the selling came in. You almost just want you get into a trade while it's beautiful. And listen, I guess if you get two giant green candles in a row, fantastic. As long as you know that you have to take some profit, but a little easier on the nerves when it just sort of steadily moves up, little pause, steadily moves up, little pause, as opposed to these gyrations. Well, Tilray did not fall as much as I thought it would, so it's still kind of holding in here. Yeah, but hasn't this been out for a long time? Introducing a marijuana decriminalization bill next week. Didn't they try to do it a long time ago also? Or am I missing the boat? But so what? You guys need what, 60-40? Has to be 60-40. It'll never pass. But gives the gives MJ, etc., a little shot in the arm for the day. Doesn't that require 60 of those, Zach? I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't live in the States. I thought that was one that would have to be 60 in the Senate to pass that, but I mean, here's sort of an interesting one. The EPIX, EPIX, EPIX. Takes out three, maybe. If I discount, that 311 there, and then the threes. I mean, 311 actually. The next high is 375. So keep an eye on this EPIX if it can take out three in any sort of a way. I know it was showing up on the races earlier, but if it can take out three in any sort of a way, what's the volume like? 600. What do they do? Is this a So it looks like this is my hometown, Vancouver, or where I live, I should say hometown. Um, so prostate cancer. Okay. But right now, guys, I am just sitting on my hands. Okay. I'm really going to have to see something really interesting. The KSPN, I wish it were down here. I was hoping that this 10 SMA was a little higher. And I wish it was coming into it, so I would maybe take that on a bounce off it, but no such luck. I saw KRKR as I was taking my break, but another one, 124, and now it's just giving it up. Not a lot of follow through on some of these low floaters. Yeah, the cleaver, of course, the cleaver is and I know it's not cleaver. Well, it is cleaver. Cleaver is a cannabis play. And it was winning some races here. So it actually is maybe when I call it the best one. I mean, it really hasn't given up. I mean, it's near the high of the day. My issue with it, as always, is all this stuff over here. Between this 130 mark and 145 mark, there just seems to be so much stuff. Whoa, no kidding on the GME. Can we believe that bottoming tail? Is that a true bottoming tail? As usual, though, active, active, active. Never, Hall, never. Speaking of which, another beautiful day in Vancouver, so I'll probably be heading out my bike at about 12:30 my time. Yeah, I mean, here's another one that's doing okay in terms of the pop BCTX, but again, coming into a ton of resistance. It looks like to me anyway. So I'm clicking on these alerts. I don't know, of course, what I'm going to see on the daily or the weekly, the monthly until I click on the alert, and then I get disappointed. But this is classic. Looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. Here it is. All this stuff on the daily. It may just rip right through all that, but I just won't do it. This CLNN still has some life in it. I mean, it's still hanging right around that 200-day moving average. And high looking left on that monthly chart, 434. Yeah, it just may have too much in the way. It wouldn't surprise me, though, if it would have some kind of a late day run, just hanging around. I mean, I would never take it now. I would probably have to take out 4. But then, you look left and 434 is the next high. You'd have some news today, positive data. All right, what is this trying to do? This QRTEB is trying to crawl off the 6 level. You can see all this kind of support area here. And this is this very, very low float, about 1 million shares in the float. Spread's not terrible, 610, 613. That will definitely be a William. You have to ask William if CLNN needs cash. You know, this is interesting, guys. It's QRTB. It's definitely interesting. Um, yeah, but now look what happened. Now we got a couple of, or is that Williams' alter ego, Captain K? Thank you for that, Captain K. So there you go, Zach. Captain K is giving you some information. Yeah, so I'm looking at this QRTEB, and now all of a sudden the spread went 598, 612. So they try to make it untradeable. Because the problem is, I mean, something that, did what it did yesterday, you've got to have a tighter spread. Otherwise, they could just pull the bid on you and you're toast. So otherwise, this would look really, really, really interesting. But again, look at the volume. No volume. There's really no volume. Need a volume bar of at least that size, I think, on the 5 minute. But since that time at 1250, it's just been no volume. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to move, but gives you a little more confidence when you see others piling into the trade rather than it's just you. So again, guys, I'm just really trying to be selective right now. I'm not anxious to take anything. The Goss is now back over 11. GOSS over 11. Now, ooh, I wish I'd seen that. See how it hit into the 10 SMA? It hit it, that 10 SMA held on the 15-minute chart right at 1080. I'm treating this like a little scalp. I mean, I know I say I don't go into something with a scalp intention, but if I'm going to take this one, the high was 1164, but I'm really intrigued by this. I wish I should have got it earlier though, just a little bit earlier. This is the JOSS. Yeah, I feel so much more comfortable with this one if it didn't have the history of being, with these big drops. I'm talking about the GOSS. By the way, guys, some of you who you may not know this, I should probably make this line maybe a little darker. We now have a way in which we can put the close of yesterday on the chart, a line. I think that's that yellow line. Yeah, display. Yeah, so if you go to, I should change that. It's not easy to see. There we go. That's easier to see. You might be right, Shady. I'd like to see what it does at that 10 SMA. It's sitting on it again. 1086 looks like that's the 10 SMA. It's sitting on it again. I don't want that. Just give me a moment. I don't know. This looks interesting still, guys. I just showed this one to Steve. There's that 10 SMA right there. It still looks kind of interesting. Along with this hole. Now, Shady may be right. All bets off. If it gives up that 10 SMA, this could turn into a nice little short. Yeah, I'm out of my BMRA short. Got to get back down to 3, right? Yeah, it's got to get back down to that 3 level. All right, I'm just going to stick an alert around 11, just over $11 for Goss. I'm just intrigued to see how well this holds. But I will stick an alert at 1077, which would mean a decent break of that 10 SMA. So I've got it bracketed 11, a little over 11 on the top side and about 1180 on the downside. So, and that's sort of the 10 SMA area. Let's see which way it goes. X. Yeah, I just couldn't, I don't know where I could have held this, if I got in here and then it dropped down underneath 30-cent drop on a $3 stock. Yeah, I just have a hard time. This CLNN, man, I wish it were a clean break over 4, like a clean break. And when you look and say in the daily, the next high was say 5 or something. Just isn't. Yeah, the market's putting a little bit of a pop here, guys. A wee pop. The VWAP for Goss is 1073, so that is kind of holding it too a bit. Yeah, it's getting closer to the VWAP, 902 for TBPH, assuming we have the same VWAP, Zach. Where's Pepe? You forgot to tell me my sound alerts were off. Hmm. That happened with another one earlier this week, right? With a very different though. It was really different. True, but I do get them here and I do get them here. Okay. And I do have a sound alert for my halts resumes, of course. And I still have sound alerts for Zach's bouncers and toppers. Just don't get too many during the day, but well, this Goss is, I mean, it is hanging tough here. It's hanging tough on that 10 SMA. 401 advanced YouTube tutorial. I'm not familiar with that. That's probably something quite old. Have you looked at the 20 days starting? Boy, that's old too. I don't have a layout I can share, but I can share my individual scans. Okay. Now, your next step, are you new to trading or just trade ideas? Is 2 years ago. So you're not new to trading. Okay. Well, you can take a look at my homepage, number one. And when you click on that link, you can check out my scans. Okay. So there's the racers right there. You hear me talk about Zach's bouncers, but I mean, bouncers and toppers may not be what you want, but there it is. The breakdowns, the 10-day daily breakdowns or ups, again, may not be what you want. But that's why I have different types of scans here. You can take a look at them. I haven't, you know what? I don't have the gap continuation or reverse up now, but you might like that one. There are four alert windows in there. There's the gap up and go, stocks that gap up and kept going higher. There's the gap down and go, stocks that gap down and kept going down lower. And then there are the reversals, stock that gapped up and then reversed down or gap down and then reversed up. So you might want to look at this, but I don't have it up and running right now. I'm concentrating way more on the racing and trying to reduce. I would, I mean, if you haven't got into the racing yet, I would give it a shot, okay? Yeah, and there's that one also. Yes, there's that one also. The gap down yesterday, up today, and vice versa. Again, I don't have them up and running. I'm doing my darndest to just get rid of most of my alert windows and just concentrate on this race. Sometimes not every day it's going to be awesome, but it gives me a tremendous focus as opposed to, I mean, yeah, do I still have these? But look how many alerts I get. On the upside, 5, on the downside, 6 all day. Okay, so it's not like it's a big distraction. That's on the 10-day daily breakouts and down. And here, basic new highs and lows. Now, a lot of these will be actually, these basic new highs will probably be showing up here. But look, not many. So in a slow, and if I'm feeling it's a little bit slow, I click on one and see what it's doing. Because remember, with the don't repeat, it's telling me the time and the first alert price. So I can click on it and say, okay, what did it do from there? I would just caution you and anybody else though, not to have too many windows up and running because you'll just get too distracted. Try to figure out what kind of, as your trading plan, what you kind of like to see in a chart, number one. And then don't get too hung up on missing things that, somebody put in the room. Man, look at this one. I got into this one and you don't have it on your scan. You know what? You just have to deal with it. It's, In theory, the cleaver's got room up to this level. Yes, this 145 level. See, my style on these sort of on these ones is, I mean, I know what Shady is. I mean, he may, I think he took this one, and his RR might be quite good, and that's because he had a very tight. He'd have to have a fairly tight stop if it gets stalled here, So that might be a 12 or 15 cent move. I don't know, maybe a 20 cent move even. I'm not comfortable taking a lot of shares of these cheap ones with a tight stop. I'm just not. I'm just not comfortable. Because I just find, I used to, but I just found I was getting, taken out of trades too often. So that's what I'm saying. My trading plan, don't do it. That's okay. Others can do it, and if they can, and they're successful, fantastic. You just got to be comfortable in what you trade. But this does seem like the best one of them. Let's take a look at Tilray to see what it's doing. Yeah, you see Tilray. See what happened with Tilray is now dropping. And CGC probably is doing the same thing. Yeah, so this cleaver is definitely the best one as a cannabis play. Today, it's the best one. Cleaver is winning in the relative volume also. Yeah, Poe's got an eye for these. There's no question. And you see, I never would have taken it at 495. I would have had to have let it break the whole number. Okay, guys, so here we go. So we may have our direction now for sure. Well, for sure, nothing is for sure, but the Goss. So let's see what it does at that VWAP, as William said. 1073, it's right at it now. So see if that holds, because right now the 10 SMA is not holding it. And if that doesn't hold it, to me, it looks like there could be some support around the 1050 mark. That's not that far away. Okay, so when you have your race, let me launch the race here. I don't want to do it here because it'll disrupt it. So I'll start running the race right now. Okay. I mean, I'm just going to start running a race. I don't care how I'm running it on. But now, if I stop it and show the race setup, okay, so you can stop. So let's assuming you're in a race. Okay, so you start the race, and I've got it on 1 minute right now. Okay, so I'm running it, and I go, you know what? I don't like that time frame anymore. So I stop the race, stop it, and then I right click when you get this red. right click, and then show race setup. And now I can change the minutes up here. Okay. And then you can start the race again. And the reason I don't do that, I wouldn't do it midday, the reason why is because I always want to see these, I want to see my top 10 list. Now, the other thing you may not know is how to have that top 10 list, or do you know? Okay, so I think that's is crucial. Well, crucial. I think it's really good to have the top 10 list. So again, you start the race. So let's just say I'm starting this from scratch. I launch the race and I haven't started the race yet. So you're going to see this. You start to do it and you just right click. And then where it says show top 10 winners, click on that. And you only have to do it one time. Okay, so again, right click, launch the race. And then you can right click on this window and then show top 10 winners. Okay. No, William, you may not have been in the room. Uh, this was right when I was taking my break, right at noon. And I said, I'd love to take this on this break right here, the TBPH. But I said I can't do it because I'm going to be taking my break. So the answer is no, I did not take it. But you must not have been in, you either have me on mute or you weren't in the room because yeah, I said, yeah, I'd love to take this one, but I'm on a break. I'm going to take my break and I'm not going to be able to. I'm going to be away from my computer for 15 minutes or so can't do it. You're talking about this? Wait a minute, who asked the question? And we should put this in SX. It's okay, you asked it here, but most of that should go off topic. Okay, I don't have it organized like this, okay, as a doc in a window. I have them individual. You can create your doc if you want, a doc window if you want, but I have them individually, if that makes sense. So not all together, but individual floating. And if you want it, go to my home page. So when you click on my homepage link, if you go to the scan section, so my scans right here, and then here they are, okay, but they're individual, the 10-day daily breakout, the don't repeat version, the 10-day daily breakdown, the don't repeat version. So they are individual as opposed to be in the doc. So, I mean, if you know how to create a docked window, then it's easy enough to put it in there, or you can just have them free floating and just, you can put them side by side. You wouldn't really know the difference. Okay. All right, guys, I think we have our direction now for GOSS. The breaking of the VWAP was pretty key. 1073. So if it gets back to 1073, I'm out of the trade. Well, I shouldn't say that. It would depend on how, if it hits 1073 and stayed there, then bounce back down, I'll maybe stay in the trade. But this is on a short, of course. Now, the next, 1050 may hold it. I'm just looking, or 1040, between 1040 and 1050 may hold it. So the question now is, how toast is it? Is it big toast or just a little toast in terms of this? And again, even though the float is not crazy low, if you're in this short, don't wander away from your computer. And what we don't want now, we don't want like a ton of volume coming in, like buying volume, of course. All right, guys, I just have to keep an eye on this because it can be very, all of a sudden you get a bid out of nowhere. So I just don't want to be trapped in this. Okay, guys, I'm going to actually, there's a marketing meeting too in about 14 minutes. So I'll be putting myself on mute in about 10 minutes or so. If it gets it back into the 50s, we could have a nice little drop in store for the GOSS. Is struggling to get through 1060. Yeah, I have RHE on a thumbnail chart, and I see, yeah, oh, it just popped right through 450. And that next high looking left. So, I mean, what was the high yesterday? It was 464. So it may challenge that. If it can get through that, look out. I mean, it's got another dollar after that. If E-Trade Pro to external linking, it should be fairly simple. You're not talking about using Brokerage Plus yet. If you're talking about the external linking from the tools and then external linking. I can't give you the instructions exactly. You might want to go to, I mean, to me, it's just a matter of putting it probably in the order entry. That's what I do with Interactive Brokers. I don't have E-Trade, but it's probably just putting it in, you follow these instructions, tools, external linking, and then where it says add a link, and then it says, while keeping the window active, mouse over the target window, hold down the shift key. So what I do is I go to my order entry in Interactive Brokers, just like it's saying to do. Then I press down the shift key, and then my link is established. I can't tell you if it's exactly the same with E-Trade. Doesn't work? Okay, then go to support. Okay, or I'll give you the home page and start a live discussion. Okay, because I don't have E-Trade, I can't help you. But if you go to the home page, click on that link, and when you click on the link, the questions and answers will pop up. Click on that, and then ask the question: how do I link? Now make sure it's not Brokerage Plus, but just the external linking tool. How do I do it? And you can say, so you tried that, you put it in the order entry and didn't work. Sometimes you have to run both Trade Ideas and E-Trade and run as administration in administration mode. But just ask the question and somebody should be able to help you. Okay. I apologize. I can't because I just don't have E-Trade. And meanwhile, the goose is cooked. GOSS. A little bit. A little bit. Speaking of goose, how was Canada Goose doing? I'm surprised that doesn't work though, Yanif. There may be, I can't remember if there is a rule also. Let me just do something here. It doesn't look like there's an E-Trade rule here, so. But Jamie uses E-Trade with Brokerage Plus, so I mean, obviously there is a way to do it. He's been using. Oh, is that right, Pepe? Okay. I mean, I do know that there was an IB issue. I didn't know there was an E-Trade issue also. All right, guys, I've taken some of the goss out at 1050 in the 1050, 1051, that area, in case it can't get through 1050. Really? Okay. Well, I'm surprised. I didn't hear any problems with E-Trade though. Anyway, ask the question and somebody will be able to help you, I hope. Hope it's not a matter of. Okay, so this one came from Zach Scan, the bounce scan, APO. Hasn't really moved very much, but if the market, again, we've got that topping tail on the SPY. Very annoying. I don't know why it happens. In fact, before I'm gonna be in this marketing meeting. That's not a marketing issue, but I want to bring it up to somebody who may give an explanation of why this happens. So Dak, yeah, I mean, if you can hear me, and you may or may not be able to hear me, what I would do is you don't have to be so helpful, okay? Because you get into you write little war and pieces about trading, which is excellent for people. I get it, but I mean, if that's distracting you, just don't do that. Just say, hey guys, take a look at this. This is what I think, and that's it. Well, you already left, okay? Well, I don't know if he actually left. It might be later folks trade well, but he's just not posting. Anyway, you're right. He could have completely gone. Yeah, that was maybe one of the more amazing runs, the Novavax during the pandemic. I mean, yeah, we had all the technology runs, but I mean, this one for $4 to $334 at the peak. Oh, I see. You searched his name. Okay. All right, guys, I am going to put myself on mute. It is almost time for this marketing meeting. So before I do, I'll just put the announcement in. Oh, let's see what I did. Well, here's your moment of truth time now for the cleaver. CLVR right at these levels right there, the 150. Now, if you got in around 120 and it went to 150, that's a fabulous return. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. All right, guys, another long meeting. So, any questions? Any questions? I am still here. Of course, the room will be open. I want to put the announcement in about how long the room's going to be open until. So let me just get that in. So I know I'm going to put myself on mute again, but of course I'm here. If you have any questions, fire away. Okay, so yeah, so the main room is open until 3:30, and then when I shut down the main room, you can head over to YouTube. YouTube will be open until 4:30. Okay, so I will mute myself again. Where do I even start? Is that a question? Where do we even start? I can give you a, I can tell you where you can start. Are you a subscriber? Annie, are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas, or what? Are you just in the room looking around, talking to somebody in our main room? Maybe Annie can't hear me. Chatting. Hmm. All right, guys. Yeah, well, EVGO is looking interesting though too. EVGO. Yeah, the GOS. I'm not sure what you were saying, Denver, about I better revise my about that 10-day daily or the 15-10 SMA. The EVGO though is definitely has some room, guys. EVGO has some room. Looking left, so that 709 was taken out, and then the next high looking left is well here 781. And the EVGO, they are the ones that had the General Motors deal this morning. Uh, Lots of excitement at the beginning, got all the way up to 736 and then way back down to 6, and now just sort of inching its way up and up and up. CFRX, isn't that the one from yesterday? Oh no, this is the one today that they stopped their study. $3 price target. But I have to have William, well, I don't know if William is around. How about Captain Kangaroo, Captain K? See if he can analyze these guys to see how much money they need. Probably lots. PLRX looking forward. PLRX looking forward after, so it's financing at 1850 has been, looks like it's been completely absorbed now. Market has shrugged it off above yesterday's high and 2261. So, watch this one going forward tomorrow. I mean, 2261 is the next high. And then of course the day of the big jump, 23. So this could be very interesting going forward now that the financing has been kind of absorbed by the market, 1850, $200 million raised. BGXX, haven't seen Will Mead's name for a while. BGXX. The Bright Green Corporation. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice one, Stratton. Okay, yeah, well, the pump is working, and it's not a low float. 43 million in the float. It's certainly not a low float situation. If you well, it's so hard to see on a daily chart. It's hard to see on a weekly chart, like where there could be some resistance. So I guess I have to back this out. So, I mean, 286, I guess, is the big resistance area. Little areas along the way, but there's your big resistance area. I secondary summer off. Taking the summer off. Get everything off topic, okay, guys? Off topic, if unless it's specifically stocks. All right. Well, I don't know if Annie wants to respond to me or not. Really hard to help people if you can't hear me, but even more difficult if you won't respond to a text. So, yeah, that CLNN. I mean, that I thought that was going to start to run, and so look at this candle here. I mean, this at 15-minute. Well, let's get a big chart up. I honestly thought that could have been it. It was going to really start to run. How choppy is it? How awful is it really? I mean, this is the candle. I thought, okay, it's taking a 4, gets up to 415, it gets up to 417, and then it drops right down to 387, just like that. Back up, back down. Way too choppy. Way too choppy for me anyway. Because in fact, it's been choppy all day. Topping tails, bottoming tails. Hard to trade. Oh, that's funny. That's funny, Zach. Um, I checked my email and hopefully, Hall, I didn't accidentally delete it because I thought it was, I get so many emails, but let me just Let me just do a quick look again. I get so many emails, and sometimes, I accidentally might have deleted it. So today's the 14th. So you did it yesterday? You sent it yesterday? I do not see it. I am scanning all the emails that I still have that I didn't delete. So it's possible that I accidentally deleted it. Can you send it again then? Because I don't see it here. It's possible I deleted it. If you saw my emails that I get every day, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and I just do have to sort of selectively delete. But maybe I accidentally deleted it. I promise I won't delete it this time. Well, let's take a look at XLE and see what it did. Yeah, okay. So I'm assuming crude did the same thing. Still below, XLE is still below the 200-day, but it's approaching it. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute again. Again, I'll hop on if I have to, if somebody asks me a question. That necessitates the mic, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now, though. Guys in the main room, I'm just going to put in the YouTube link. You want to head over there. Chris will be there in about 10 minutes or so. All right, guys, I think I will wrap it up right now. Yeah, the CLNN, I am really going to be watching to see if it does have that late day burst. I mean, it's got that 434 to perhaps contend with, but let's just see if this has that late day burst and stops the nonsense. In other words, stopping not having a giant red candle. Okay, guys, I am going to shut it down now. Thanks a lot for all the help. And I shall open the room tomorrow. And of course, I'm only talking about the main room. YouTube is still open. I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, hang on for Chris. So again, you guys in YouTube, you can see this CLNN is a lot of volume coming in right now. So let's see if it has a rush to get to that high over here of 434. Just be aware of that. If you took this one on the 4 break, just be aware that 434 is the next high looking left. And this has been an incredibly choppy one all day long, but maybe it's this late day and there's volume coming in. What time is it? 3:28. So there is volume coming in. This will be maybe about the 5th largest volume bar on the 15-minute chart. One mega races today, both on the relative volume side, relative volume, 17 races at one, and also in the races themselves, 14. So watch tomorrow. There he is. There he is. There he is. I hear the little ping. Love that ping. That, you know what? I can take all my favorite songs and throw them out. That is the favorite song of my life. Ping. Why?
It means Barry's going on a bike ride.
That's right. Especially in this weather. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Running around like every day. I think this is the busiest I've ever been for the last like 2 months. Somehow they get busier every day.
Well, at least we have jobs, Chris.
Yes,
that?
That's it. It's not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing at all. Exactly. So I made the screen swap for you. I'm sure you're eager to get off and going here.
I am.
And and I will not see you tomorrow.
What?
I will not see you tomorrow.
What?
I have I have to go see a man about a horse tomorrow.
Okay. All right. I understand. Okay. But in seriousness, so nobody is going to take over at 3:30. You don't have anybody else lined up. Okay. That's
whenever
fine.
You're ready to shut down, you're shutting down for the day. I won't be able to make it back in time, unfortunately.
Okay. That's cool. All right. Well, then do a really good job in your last hour of the week.
I plan to. I'm going to kill it, Barry. I'm going to kill it. We'll talk to you later. Take care.
Okay. Bye.
All right, everybody. So happy Friday, Junior, but kind of Friday for me. You know, as I said last week, and I said a few times this week, I will be out tomorrow. Be back Monday, and I'll be back for my regular scheduled programs next week. You have me twice on Monday next week, noon and 3:30, and then again 3:30 all the rest of next week. So other than that, I think it was an exciting day in the market again, right? I don't really know anymore. Let's look at the SPY chart here. So, all right, we got, honestly, I've hardly looked at the market since about 6:30 a.m. this morning. I know we were gapping down. So it looks like we opened about where it was gapping all morning. It was pinned down about this level. I don't think it really fluctuated much in the pre-market from what I was watching. And we made this recovery and a pullback and a recovery again. But, if we look, all these days where we gap down and get a recovery, we're still gap down and never took it all back. So there you have it, sports fans. Bear market, bear market, bear market, bear market. So that's that. So Mike, see what's happening. CLNN, that has been on the races nonstop today, as I could see. Let me take a look here. I haven't even looked at it in forever. Did it move up and then it moved back? Yeah. All right. That's what that was. A whole lot of these big topping shadows here. Yeah, that 34 level. Is that what you're saying? 34 must be the pre-market, I'm guessing. No, we're above pre-market on that. Just a wicked grind. Sorry, all these messages coming in. All right, there we go. So previous daily high. So I know someone, I think I have someone in the live stream here that was looking at, they're looking for some different scans. Speaking with one of my teammates here, Shantae. And so if you're here and you've got the chat panel there, if you can ping me in that chat panel what you're looking for on scans, and anything that I have, I'm going to send right over to you. I can share those cloud links with you, 1, 2, 3, and save those cloud links and, kind of go through those scans at your leisure. It goes for anybody here as well. If anybody's got scan thoughts, if I have it pre-built, I'll send it right over to you. If not, then I always ask people to email us to support@trade-ideas.com and tell us what you're looking for, and we'll get you something. I mean, we can absolutely also go through some exercises of building some things here too, but I know everybody's at different levels on scan building and things like that. So I don't want to try to go through something and someone's like, oh, I can't keep up, and they're frustrated because they can't keep up. There's some context that's lost. So multiple ways to help as far as that stuff goes. So you're not left hanging. We can get you, we can get you the scans and walk you through different things that way as well. So with that said here, the SPY is trying to sell off this last little candle here, the second to last 15-minute candle. Sorry, not paying attention what time it is. So look, as I've said before, we're in a bear market, but I gain nothing by bear markets. If we can capture some of these levels again, it'll take some of the wind out of the sails of the bears. They got so much wind at their back right now. So, all right, so that's that on the SPY there. And then, all right, for sharing scans and whatnot here, all right? So a couple scans I'm just going to throw out into the world here for us in that chat there. So for sharing scans here, we do this via the cloud. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find some of these scans, and these are going to be scans that have a lot of momentum, high of the day, things of that nature. So let's start with that. The day momentum scanner, all right? And I'm going to share that. And so I'm going to send this cloud link here into the chat, all right? And then anybody that wants, they can copy that link, all right? And then if you go, once you've copied that link, you go File, Load from Cloud. That should populate right into this area down here. In the event it doesn't, just, after you've copied it, go ahead and paste it in there. And then when you press load, you'll get that scan. And just as simple as that, and you'll have that high of the day momentum scanner there. Very popular scanner for momentum traders. Let's see what else I have in my cloud to share out right now for folks here. So, got this gap down and reverse scan here. I know that's real popular. Share, copy. There we go. I think those are the big ones that I got there for as far as gaps go. Let's see, what else do I have in here that people like? Extreme Master Blaster. Gotta have that, right? And of course, if anybody else has some questions or comments, throw them in. Let's take a look at that chart, MRUS. And again, for those, those that I'm sharing the scans with, if you're not familiar with the cloud, again, the links that I'm sharing, you copy those links, right? You copy the link, File, Load from Cloud, and load that scan, just like I'm showing here on the screen. You've already got my favorite day trading one there, Peter, but I'll throw it in here again. The Bollinger Band is what I'm using. I updated it a little bit. I shared it yesterday, but let me share it again here today. It's for the races. That's what I really like. I just feel like, I'm finding some of the biggest percent movers in the day with that there. Does it get everything? No, okay. I'm sure it'll miss something here or there, but I mean, take a look at some of the stuff that's been on it today. Let's see, DWAC makes that huge move. ANGI makes this move. All right. VFF, another beautiful move right through there. GOSS, it was on it all day yesterday. It's been on it most of the day again today. Another great move here. FFIE, I mean, what a move here. All right. Been on there all day. This was short-lived, but it was a big move. You know, you had over 45 minutes of moves here on the upside with that. BGXX. Let's see, what did you do? You had these big spikes. Very tough trader. Is it possible? Sure. Those are the tough traders there, though. But there it is anyways. KSPN, you know, what a move here, all through here. Bang. And here's the beauty of this move. Didn't happen early in the day, and we still caught it. Not only we catch it, look how many times. It's won 13 races. That means it's been on there a ton. $4 to $6, all right? You know, think of that percentage move right there. Over $6, as a matter of fact. $6.40. So, you know, hard to beat on that. All right, so there's that, and then what else? Is that ASX? Let's take a look. ASX. ASX. That don't look too healthy to me. Bouncing here today. Maybe it's found its bottom here. You know, hard to tell, not knowing at this point, but long downtrend, drops off a cliff. That's tough right there. What do they do? Version semiconductor. Interesting. Yeah, so it's right with semiconductors, just getting smacked around like semiconductors. So if it can get itself turned around, you know, you got this gap to fill, 75-cent gap, not massive or anything. That's there. 2 billion in the float, so going to take a lot to get that thing going. That's for sure. You're talking about, you know, back in September it's at $9, now it's at $5. So you're talking about a $4 range over. I mean, you're talking about not even a $4 range over a year, anyways, because you go back to here. That's a $4. We'll call it a $4 range for fun. $4 range in the year. There's really not much. There's nothing dynamic or anything about that to me. I would, you know, nothing there for me to trade, anyways, personally. But for someone that wants something, you know, less likely to have huge moves, I'm saying that after it had that gap down, you know, you want less volatility. It's a less volatile stock to trade for sure. I like to hear that on making the money part. I think GOVE, it had that big news that you mentioned the other day. It's gotten rejected at $5, 2 out of 3 days here we can see. So for now, I think it remains a day trading vehicle. I think if other, you know, you got to be careful with the news because, you know, was the news that came out enough to sustain it? You know, I don't know. Those are things that I don't understand that kind of point of it, you know, doing due diligence and looking at orders and cost basis and what they'll be making and all those things like that. But it certainly made it a day trading vehicle for now. And as long as we're staying at, you know, an incredible amount of shares being traded, I think that's good to look at like that. You still got a pretty big short float to contend with here. Not sure how many shorts might have been squeezed out at this point or not and still being squeezed out. And I think if you can get above this 5 level and you really claim that 5 level, then you start to look at this, and then you can really climb that mountain towards the 10 again. That's what I'd say with GOVE, but it's got to get that 5. It's got to get the 5 and then close some candles, whether intraday or daily candle would really be key, above that $5 level to get any chance at getting really running there. So, but I would say, the fact that it had that big gap up, made a pullback, made a move back up again. So now you're starting to get that consolidation we'd like to see sideways a little bit while everything gets digested with it for possibly a push back up again. So it's got a chart with potential, that's for sure. Chart with potential. And let's see. XRTX. XRTX. Mike's talking about XRTX. Yeah, small float too. So who knows? Iron ore mining. Interesting. Interesting. When we get back to some global growth, that's going to be important. So there's that. So BMRA with news. What does the chart look like? So, all right, it's a chart that's, I think, a lot of range and slightly has popped out of that range. It's going to pop back into that range. Small float again. So this is one of those things that it could certainly run. We'll see. Had this gap up here and it's really faded, and we can see it's very, very not traded in general. Look how many, not a lot going on here. Doing nearly 200 times its normal volume. It got 15 million shares traded, so there's that as well. So news driven, given quite a bit after that news, and we'll see. We'll see here. Could be a nice day trading vehicle for the next several days here. That FFI just couldn't bust through. Couldn't bust through that 7 with the gusto a second time. So, well, we'll see. I mean, again, it's extended, but then again, what's extended? So, you know what I saw today? I was discussing about the other day, being careful with bios, right? And swing trading bios. Here's a great example once again. Had this on my liked list. All right, it was making this beautiful curl up. And then look at this, floor drops right out underneath it. That's not a small drop either to have that happen to you. That's the issue with bios right there. You just never know when that's going to happen. You never know when they're going to have, news release that this trial didn't make it or that trial did make it or didn't meet expectations, this, that, the other thing, and you do not want to be caught on one of those. So ATRA, prime example of why you have to be careful. Pharmaceuticals, bios, anything medical related. Okay. So let's see. So moving to the last little bit here. Here's our compare count windows, looking at the market. You can see the new highs are actually outpacing the new lows by quite a bit on all market cap frames. Doesn't quite reflect the same here on this SPY chart though. But we did make this nice move here. Found some equilibrium between the buyers and sellers, and we've got that there now. So let's see. Got 7 minutes and change here to wrap it up. And CLNN. I'm trying to make that break again here. So it's a big level to get through all this right there. Really big level to get through all this. It can bust through. Look out. TSM reporting earnings. Taiwan Semiconductor, another real big float. But this one, look at the range on this thing. I mean, 140 to down here at 80, under 80. And that thing had a 50% haircut, basically. Yeah, nearly a 50% haircut, 48% haircut. No, because I was up over 140. Yeah, I have 50% haircut, literally. Quite the move. So this is one of those big boys that can definitely do some stuff, even with 5 billion in the float. I'm curious, with all these supply chain issues for so long, what those earnings are going to look like in a few minutes here. We could see shorts have really started to move out of it. So perhaps the pain is over. Perhaps it's bottoming. It's finding a bottom. I don't know. That's going to take a week or two to really decide. Not even to decide. It's going to take a week or two to really say, yes, that was the bottom. There is no, this is the bottom. We know the bottom well after it was established. right. With that said, the SPY's kind of just hung right where it is, to be honest. We're not looking at anything fancy happening to the close here, I don't think. All right, so now, I didn't look at the rest of the history of this today, which was unfortunate, but let's see. So we talked about GOVE, CLN, and we talked a whole bunch about that. TGTX was on there. What happened there? That had a decent move. So, another one there. Let's see what else. Take a look at through some of these other ones here. CLN, so we can see a lot of the same stuff. AFRM needs to stop jumping all over on me. Another one, nice move here. We caught early. We're talking just day trades here, not marrying these things. Massive downtrend, so I wouldn't be getting involved in this as a swing trade. Could it be trying to make a move up? I mean, anything's possible. Not where I'd be putting my money. What we got is Yeti look. Take a look at Yeti. Big downtrend, but let's zoom in a little more of the end of this downtrend so far. So, right now, those are a bunch of higher lows. The issue is we're not making higher highs, right? We haven't taken any of this out here for quite a while. And you almost have an ascending triangle, which unfortunately ascending triangles like to resolve this way. With that said, if it's always about breaking these trends, right? So there's that downtrend, broke it, couldn't hold breaking that downtrend there. You've got this downtrend now. If it can break that, break 50, then you're talking some constructive chart work from there, I would say. But for now, you're essentially bottom picking to get into it now. It becomes one of those things where, I saw it at the bottom and I didn't take it. All of a sudden it's at $60 and you're like, why didn't I take it? Because it was at the bottom. It's also one of those things where, it looked like it was a bottom at 40, 45, and now it's at 20 and it wasn't the bottom. So that it could do either one of those and there's no way to predict it. That's why, the quote unquote saying is the trend is your friend. And right now the trend is down overall. And, you know, we can see a few times where, you know, we got some consolidation and then it broke down again. So consolidation and a breakdown. Does it consolidate and it breaks down again? No, like I said, no way to predict it. But right now, consolidation has generally led to breakdowns. You know, broke down there and then it tried to get back up into it before just really giving it up. Some of these are shorter term consolidations. You know, you get a short term consolidation and breakdown there. Short term consolidation and breakdown there. As a longer term consolidation, it begins to break down into another consolidation that breaks down into another consolidation that breaks down to this here. So just kind of what my eye goes to for Yeti. And then the airlines, I don't know. The airlines just tied to too much news. Isn't there? Like, I really don't, I hardly watch any news, but someone tried to talk to me about some new COVID variant. I just told them, listen, I don't care. I honestly, I don't want to hear about it. I purposely don't turn on the news because I don't want to know. I don't care. If I walk into a store and the rules are changed and they tell me I have to leave because I don't have a mask, then so be it. You know what I mean? Or I'll go get the mask or whatever to come back in because we went back to that stuff. But aside from that, I don't care. You know, the chart tells me that, you know, the airlines are in pain still. And that's all there is to it. You know, and you can relate it, you know, you can relate it to news releases. And if you can predict the news, then awesome. Aside from that, there's really not much else we can do. So, you know, we're looking at, you know, the end of 2020 here when, you know, it looked like the vaccines were going to be great and we're going to have all of our problems solved. And we jumped up and then we consolidated a little bit while we were trying to figure out how these things would work. And then, you know, vaccines were released to everybody, you know, across the US at least anyways. I think the rest of the world was still catching up in this part of the chart that we're looking at here. And so that happened. And then as the news came out that the vaccines appeared to not be quite as effective as we thought, the airlines continued to fade. We had a resurgence last year, you know, in the middle end of the summer with some variant that came out then, and we faded again, and then we went into the fall and the winter and more resurgence and more shutdowns again, and the bottom fell out again, and then are we opening back up again, and then are we closing back down again? And so, I mean, literally that's your timeline of this is the timeline of the news and COVID, and that's all there is to it. So you're literally trading the airlines as trading COVID essentially, and so, you know, you're kind of stuck in that, unfortunately, just where it is. And for now, that's where they stand as far as the airlines go, I'd say. STIM, post-market move. STIM, post-market move. We're trying. Volume's dried up in the last few minutes. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens moving forward. 1 minute volume's gone on it though. And WBD could rebound off today's lows. I have no idea. WBD. Oh, Warner Brothers again. I mean, could it? Yeah. I you know, there's nothing on this chart that says it's going up. The chart says we're going down. You know, down, consolidate, down, consolidate, down. You know, so could it bounce off it? Of course. I don't know that it has a reason to, though. You know, movies aren't what they used to be. You know, I look at, you know, I look around my life, you know, I don't go to the movies, you know, and it has nothing to do with anything other than I just don't really care to go to the movies. That's all. I haven't cared, you know, once in a while. I probably average for the last 20 years, I probably average one movie every 2 years, you know? So, and most of the people in my life are like that. And, you know, I've cut the cord on most TV stuff. Most of the people I know have, you know, I have a couple of streaming services. And in all honesty, if I didn't have a daughter that watched the streaming services, I wouldn't have the 3 that I have right now. I would have no TV whatsoever. I just don't care. So, you know, from a personal perspective, TV, that kind of entertainment is very dead to me. Most of the people in my life, it's the same thing. And I don't follow their numbers. I think this is going to be based on fundamentals, and I don't know what those fundamental numbers are. And that's where that stands. So could it bounce? Absolutely, it could bounce. Will it? No clue. And the chart doesn't tell me there's any reason that it's going to bounce at this point. There's no, when I go out and I see people that I know, nobody's talking about movies. Nobody that I know is talking about any movies. If they do happen to talk about any movies, the few people that I hang with, they mostly talk about Marvel stuff. They're into those movies, and that's it. I don't think WB has anything to do with those. So I couldn't list one thing that WB does off the top of my head. Not one anymore. I mean, I think they did Batman stuff, but as far as I know, I don't think there's been a good Batman movie since Christian Bale, and I don't know. So that's that. Where it brings us out of the realm of stocks, really. So I just don't see any reason for it to bounce, technically speaking, especially with $2 billion in the float. So, the market didn't go positive. It almost went positive, though. Let's bring this back over again. Or the SPY, anyways, almost went positive. What did the Qs do? Wow, Qs went positive. Ain't that something? Huh. I'd say that's pretty significant. I'd say that's a big deal. The victories for the Bulls have to start somewhere, someday. Is it today? I'd like it to be today. Is it today? I have no idea. IWM, what do you look like? Oh, you look terrible for the rest of the day still. You just could look at that. Couldn't get above this level. And look, it's not like I drew this line today. I don't know when I drew this line. Ain't that something? Again, for my efficient market hypothesis fans. Explain it to me if technical analysis is complete voodoo. I'm not saying technical analysis is the end all be all. To quote Matthew Verdal, we're technicians that live in a fundamental world. So there's some kind of synchronicity there. But yeah, the IWM, that doesn't look good at all. And let's look at an IWM, bigger look at it. Yeah, I mean, that's bad looking. That's real bad looking. Look at these bear flags too. That's another bear flag breaking down right there, it looks like. Very classic stuff here. A lot of Elliott wave here too that we could dissect as well. So yeah, that's that. I'm missing out on the latest Elmer Fudd. I wouldn't say I'm missing them, just that I'm not viewing them. So I know we're talking, a lot of charts here and things like that. So if, anybody's got something particular directly related to trade ideas, a scan or something like that, please let me know. I mean, I'm happy to talk charts, but I don't want anybody that's here for some trade ideas, software education to feel like they're being ignored. But as I always say, I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. Gotta pop those questions into the chat for me while I'm here for the next few minutes. Are there any race car alerts that you are more confident in others based on your criteria? For example, try to trade off the 50 SMA on a 1 minute time frame. No, not really. I never thought about it in that sense. I just want the stock. I just want stocks that are, that point me at some ideas that I like, and I kind of just go from there. How much do I like that idea, and what am I willing to risk? I never really tried to build a scan based on bouncing on an EMA or SMA or something like that. I let the scans return some ideas to me. If the scan isn't returning good ideas for a long time, then I'll go back to the drawing board and tweak it some. So, but you could do something in the regards of, if you wanted to look for a scan to look at certain, I'm trying to think how to word this. If you wanted a scan to look for certain, for example, I made that 8 SMA on a 15-minute chart scan where, stocks are above it, but not too far above that SMA. I believe that's what was in the scan. And so this way, if something had shot way up past that SMA, but then it had pulled back, I would technically see it, I believe, while that SMA was, down here while the price was shooting up. And then when the price came back down and start to meet that, it would pop back on. So you could certainly do things in that nature. Michael Anthony, looking at that chart, there's nothing that suggests to me a rebound is coming. Outside of Elvis coming back from the dead, that would be about all I could think of. I mean, it closed lower today. It can't even get up to this level from a few days ago, from last week here. Look at this. Bang, 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 and then fade from around that 15 level. Couldn't even do that. So technically speaking, I have no idea about their sales. Don't know or care about their insiders. Not that I don't care, but the flow of money right now of this stock is out of it. The sellers are outpacing the buyers. And then I maintain my thesis on oil. I'm going to continue to maintain my thesis on oil. My thesis on oil is lower. At least oil stocks will be lower. I don't know about oil price. I said right here, I said government's talking too much about oil. I'm out of oil. I'm out of energy stocks. All done. This is where we've headed since then. Not one thing has happened since the first few days of June to now halfway through July, essentially, to change my mind about that. Not one thing has happened. So, and every single time any energy has tried to bounce, there's your bounce, wicked sell-off. There's your bounce, big sell-off. And you've got all these green candles that are down green candles. Look at this. Green candle, but it's lower than yesterday. Green candle, lower than yesterday. Green candle, lower than yesterday. Green candle, lower than yesterday. If that's not bearish, I don't know what is. The buyers cannot get in control of that right now. And you're talking, over a month of that. So GOVE price today set $5 and get there, pick a sell price. Well, I think, picking a sell price, we're looking GOEV, right? GOEV. We're looking at prior resistances, right? So we look back and we see it barely touched 5 here the other day, and the same thing here. So how many people had sell orders at $5? If you had 1 million sell orders at $5 and only 600,000 orders actually got filled there, there's a chance that you weren't getting filled. So that's when people start playing the I'll put an order at 499, I'll put an order at 498 game. And so that might be something you want to consider when you're looking at something that's major resistance. Don't stick your order at the major resistance. Stick your order a few pennies below it. Will it bite? If it gets and holds around 5 and then pokes above 5 for a second and then collapses, but you sold it at 495 instead, does that bite? Yeah, but there's no way to predict those things. So, you got to position yourself to be ready to exit, near that resistance area and not count on, not have 1 or 2 pennies make the difference in your trade. That's kind of a big thing. It's especially when you're looking and playing so close to resistance, you're literally playing with pennies on that resistance, and it's a bummer that if you can't get filled, which is what happened there. So, that's kind of my 2 cents there. Yep, exactly. Whole number, $5 too. So it's one of those things where, it's just tough. Yeah, I said the BMRA, it's one of those stocks, got a small float, so it could go. But, it gapped up and then sold off for the rest of the day today, basically. I think it started to curl a little bit at the end of the day, but you also had the market on its side as well. So, news driven, not technical driven for me. But so, yeah, Peter, just to finish up on that little bit there, keep that in mind when you've got an out order that's near a major resistance level, that you're taking the risk of not getting filled there. And that's all. And that you should be prepared if it fails that level and you fail to get a fill, to get out ASAP to preserve what you do have. And then Bumble, banging the 200 daily, wait to break higher. Bumble. I saw that the other day. Why was I looking at Bumble? BUBMBL, right? Yeah, it's on an uptrend. On a bit of an uptrend here. Pierced this line, came back, touch. Now you're at this inflection point here. So unfortunately, it does draw an ascending triangle, which unfortunately more apt to resolve this way. However, let's look at the positives here. There's a low, higher low, higher low. Is this gonna be a higher low? That would be nice. And then off this low, we got this high, that high. We're stuck at that high, right? So this thing can push itself a little bit. We can call this actually a flag. We can call that a bull flag also. So not a bad looking chart. Again, you're going to want to see some market assistance, that's for sure, because we are talking, we had that range and we broke down that range and we're just really breaking down for a long time. all those breakdowns. But I believe, Bumble's a popular dating site. I don't know that it was ever worth what it had been valued before. I think one of the other things that you run into with this is, data mining and of people and all that, and people wanting to protect their privacy a little more and all that. But I think, maybe an overvalued IPO, and now it's trying to find some equilibrium down here. So I think that's something we could take away from that. But I would say, if it can get back and claim 33, I would say watch for it to try to make an assault on 40. If it can get back and claim 33 with a gusto here, I think that's what you want to see on Bumble. Yeah, just reading what you had there, SD. Yeah, no, that makes total sense. Yeah, 34 would be a nicer confirmation also, Jamie. I do like that 34 more because we could see, just as soon as you said that, I was looking here and I said, wow, it just smacked right in the 34 there and there. I just realized, if you want to be a little more risky over 33, you want a little more confirmation over 34. But I think over 34, you start to realistically look at 40, as a possibility. Again, I come at that with the idea that we're in a bear market, and if the market really starts to sell off hard, it's probably going to drag Bumble down with it too, like most anything else. You've had these gap down days recently, and then the market starts to recover a little bit. So it's not just gap down and go, or a gap down and a fade, slow fade or something like that we're looking at. And again, yeah, SD, that makes total sense to me. I would just say don't limit yourself in that sense. Percent move's a percent move. Obviously, with smaller accounts, you're not running out and buying, $100. You're not trading $100 stocks because you can't get enough share size that a percent move will make a difference at that point. But I would say, maybe putting the races with something to do with VWAP in the scanner or something like that, and trying to find some boosts off of stocks that look like they might be set to boost off the VWAP, or that are close to VWAP and then are going to break VWAP, something like that. I'm sure that 815, I don't know if I shared it during this or not. So I take a look at this. I would say take a look at that scanner and maybe tone down the price range a little bit. That might be better for you. Go into the configure. Let me open that scan. Configure price range. So yeah, I put the price range at $400 to $200. Maybe change that to $2 to $30 or something like that, and then work off of that. And you're just looking at things that are just above the 8-period SMA on a 15-minute chart. Maybe you want to put a limit in there. You don't want to see something like, more than 2% above it also. So you're looking at stuff that's near that, and maybe that SMA is going to help push it higher. The reason I picked the 8 SMA in this is because it would be closer to an 8 EMA versus a 10 SMA being closer to the 8 EMA, just because I kind of happen to like the 8 EMA. Nothing magic about it. I just happen to like it. That's all. So I'd throw that at you there, SD, as far as that goes. So just some thoughts there, but you can take that scan and use it as at least a template or as a basis, or thesis behind what you're trying to do, with a slight tweak to it. But like Mike C said, races from the open, which is what that scan is doing. It's looking at stocks sorting on the open. It's sorting on change from the open, and it's racing on change from the open as well. So, all right, we're at 4:26, everybody. I guess I'm going to do my walkout here like it's Friday. First off, appreciate all week, everybody popping in, questions, comments, and all that. All about the community and the interaction here. I think that's super important for us here. It's a bear market. Treat your trades like it's a bear market. Things are near a resistance level. You're up in it. Consider exiting it before you get a turnaround at that resistance level. I'm not saying definitely exit at the resistance level. I'm saying just be prepared. Maybe give an extra eye to it. You don't want something all of a sudden it fails at a resistance level and it reverses on you hard and you end up giving up, hard fought win like that. It happens, and it's really, really demoralizing to have things like that happen. Speaking from personal experience. Remember, what we do is hard. Get out there, get away from the screen for a little bit, get away from the kids, the family, the dog, the cat, the brother, the sister, the mother, the husband, the boyfriend, the girlfriend, the potato friend, the rock friend, whatever it is. Get out there, do some journaling, whether it's written or typed or an audio journal. Give yourself stuff to reflect back on where you are now, where you've been, where you're headed. That stuff helps put things in perspective over time and can make you feel good. When you feel like you're stuck in a rut, you go back and, this is the stuff that compounds over time. You go back and look at where you were 5 years ago, look at where you are today. And most times, if you're someone who's been making good decisions, even if the progress isn't there the way you want, you'll see some big, stuff. So I can't bang on how important things like that are. And, get outside, get out for a walk, get up by the lake, get out by the river, get out into the woods. Whatever trails near you. If you're in an urban area, try to find some Zen place in an urban area if you can. If maybe you're not into those things and you're more of a thrill seeker, go find that thrill. Then climb that walk up that tall building, go take some pictures, something like that. Something to disconnect you from the trading world, just to reset your brain a little bit. So. Again, I thank you, everybody, and you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you all back here on Monday at noon next week. Take care, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.